Waiting for Shokes to show up. Waiting for Shokes to show up. Come on. What up, SC Mike Monkey? How you doing tonight? See if we can get some more people here, huh? You put me on your page and see if some people come. Tonight I'm going to do the history of little bit of the history of the Opinel. You know the Opinel? Hold on, I'm going to look for something real quick. I had to stoke my fireplace, and I can't find the Opinel number 3 knife that I had. It's the smallest one made. It's only like an inch and a half long. Want some fruit snacks? I don't eat sugar all day, and then at the end of the night I have a few treats. I hope my camera don't freeze again tonight. I updated the software on it, so hopefully it won't. Cool. Hope some show up. Look at this little guy. I had the number 3, and it's half the size of this one. This is the number 5. Yeah. If you still want it, I'll send it tomorrow morning. I'll get you a confirmation and a tracking number at the post office for you. And you send them two the same tomorrow morning. You send me the tracking, and I'll send you the tracking. Then we both know they're on their way. What I'm doing is I'm going to send you the knife tomorrow morning if you want me to. And let's both do a confirmation on it with the tracking number at the post office. I'll email you with the tracking number on it. A picture of the receipt. Does it sound good? There's some lag time, I could tell. Cool. I carried it for the last time tonight. I'm gonna miss it. This is gonna be yours in a few days. It's a sweet knife. I'll send you to the original scales with it, the camo, and I'll leave the paracord I made intact with the 45 casing on it. Hope it serves you well like it did me. It's just now broken in. But I want to kickstart my collection on the Remington knives, and I need all I can get right away. Kevin the Knife Doctor's got himself into it. Did you hear what happened? I was on his Whatnot page last night, and some idiot in there, I never been on Whatnot, and I don't know how to buy things, and I tried to bid on his knives and I couldn't, and it pissed me off. So I kind of let the shit word slip, which is swearing, but that's no big deal. The big deal was one of his patrons there in the bidding. He was bidding on everything. Most of the other patrons were eagerly helping me what I needed to do to set up an account to verify payment before you can bid, and I didn't know that. So this one idiot in there told me, I'm just here to fucking troll. He didn't say fucking, but I'm just here to troll, and you need to get rid of him, he said to Kevin. And Kevin fucking blocked me. He said, Gordon, you're gone. He didn't know it was me. I don't think he remembers my first and last name together, Gordon Holman. That's what I was on his feed. And so that like pissed me off, man. I'm like, oh, come on, man, really? This guy's sending me a knife, a dagger. I'm going to custom build him a knife for him, for another guy, you know, and he's going to feature me on his channel with the build after he gets it, which is I'm going to do the best job I've ever done on a knife. So I'll get a lot of bragging rights in a shout out when he does show it. In fact, he don't want me to show it. He don't want me to show it until after he does, because he don't want that Lance to find out it's coming to him. So anyways, I messaged Kevin. I said, I know you made an honest mistake. You didn't know that was me from Kodiak Edge, you know, because it doesn't say Kodiak Edge, it says my name for starting the account, Gordon Holman. And he just doesn't remember anything. He knows from my emails that my name's Gordon Holman. He just didn't put two and two together. So yeah, I'll send this out for you first thing in the morning, 9 o'clock. I'll get you as soon as they open. I'll get you confirmation. If you can do the same for me, that'd be great. And we know they're coming. And Kevin's on a bench for the Remington knives and the posters, and I've been wanting to get them posters for years now, and like 4 months ago, I'm like, I'm going to start getting these posters. I'm going to get all 13 of these posters that Remington put out with the new replicated knives. What was sorry? So anyways, I'm gonna get all these posters by the end of this year. I'm gonna have them all 13 of them. They're not that expensive. You can find them on eBay all over. So you know anything about the Opinel knives? Opinel from Savio, France. Yeah, he banned me. Kevin did. And like I said, I don't think he put two and two together and knew it was me. Because I honestly know that he wouldn't have done it if he knew it was me. I mean, why would he be sending me a dagger to help to build a knife for him? You know what I mean? He didn't know it was me. And this other guy was buying all the knives, so he footed to his side without actually thinking what's going on here. And Kevin really wasn't reading the feeds either. I guess he said it once, complained it was kind of too small, you know. Yeah, he blocked me on his Whatnot page. I couldn't believe it, man. I was like, are you fucking shitting me, for real? You know, I sent him 2 packages already, made him a custom knife, and all kinds of knife parts. I sent him a whole box full of blank blades from all the different manufacturers, uncut yet. No blades cut into them. I mean, the whole blade, but no bevels cut into them. He got all kinds of shit for fixing knives from me. Made him a knife, all kinds of good shit. He just didn't know it was me. He honestly, I honestly believe in that he was honest and didn't think before he did what he did. Well, he didn't, because this guy that was buying all these knives off of him was filled his head with shit. You know, you're just trolling. Blah, blah, blah. You know, and you know, whatever, dude. So I texted another guy in there that I knew, and he said, I'll message him. So yeah, I messaged him too. I told him. So he got 2 email messages from us. Yep, he should have asked me first. I don't have many left. I gave most of them away. I only got like a couple dozen of them left. I probably gave him about 10 dozen. I didn't see myself wanting to use them anytime soon. Well, there's Arizona EDC, Sea Monster YouTube Shorts. Oh, I'm gonna go see him real quick.
Yo, all hands. Oh.
He's got a YouTube short up. I'm gonna tell him I'm live now. Where we at here? Where we at here? Here we are. Okay. Oh, a friend of mine owned an antique store. He threw them at me. He said, I got all these blinks. You want them? I said, hell yeah, man. I took them and figured I'd make knives and shit out of them soon. I'd have them around and fix a knife or two. Not yet. I haven't really used any to fix any knife. But I got plans on using some of them to make knives with. That'll blow some people's minds. I'll build a knife just like theirs with their blade on it, and they'll be like, man, I've never seen them sell one like this before. It'll be so nice that they'll be like, damn, man, when did they come out with this knife? Yeah, that's Louis. He just posted a short, and I went in there and commented and said, nice knife. By the way, I'm live right now. Another person that scrolls through is Big Jim, Barlow Jim, and sometimes Jedi Jim. He'll be in there lurking and on the bell seeing who's doing what. And then Cornbread, he's always coming across. Well, I wanted to talk about opening knives, as you can see. Now, keep my fucking camera in place again. Stay. This is what I got. This is an old bear. I was going to throw it in with it and show you that one in comparison. I got them all from the 13 down to the 5, and I had the 3, which is this big. Can't find it. I don't know what I did with it. Man, these Twizzlers are addicting. Who's got the other live tonight? Let me look real quick. Yeah, I don't see any other lives unless I'm not subscribed to who you are. I just got to start scheduling these like a day in advance or 2 days in advance. Oh, yeah, the number 13. Got 11-inch blade on it, brother. Oh, yeah. Look at that son of a bitch. Takes up the whole camera. I carved my Thanksgiving turkey and my Easter ham with it every holiday. Makes child's play out of it. That's the biggest one. Number 13. Here's the number 12. And this is an original. They have what they call in the front of them the viral block. It's the locking mechanism that locks it when it's open and closed. So this was the original, and the first one ever made was the 8. Here's an original 8. This don't have a viral lock on it, neither does this one. They didn't have the viral lock didn't come around until about 57, 58, somewhere around there. But they started these knives in 1909. So I don't know exactly what age these are, but I would say this was probably about 1920s. It only locks in the open position, this original. It does not lock closed like the new ones do. And this one here is number 11. Number 10, I'm sorry. This one's the 11. No, this is the 12. I don't have the 11 here. That's the 12. 13, 12. I don't have the 11. And this one's the 10. This is the newer one. It has the lock open, lock closed, viral lock. It locks closed. This is a newer one. I paid like 25 bucks for it. And then it locks closed too. All the new ones do past, I want to say 58, 1958. I can't remember. But here's the newest one I got. I just got it in the mail yesterday morning, and I drilled a hole in it and put a lanyard on it. This I won an auction for 12 bucks. Deep South Cutlery auction Thursday night. It's got the grizzly bear on it. I'm there every Thursday night buying knives. But yeah, this looks cool with the. I never had one with a lanyard on it. I see guys are doing it, so I figured, oh, well, what the hell? What am I waiting for? So I drilled me a nice hole in the back and put a paracord lanyard on it with a snake dot, and it's actually called s'mores. the color. I think it fits the knife well. I had a lag time tonight, man. Oh, shit. For watching and nobody commenting, huh? I guess nobody wants to know about the open all knife, right? Well, they'll find out if I talk about it. I wish this camera had, I can't wait till I get my new one. I'm getting a cordless one, man. But I can't wait till it has a wider angle. Man, this fucking psoriasis I got, it sucks. Started getting it not too long ago. I gotta go to the dermatologist to get some cream for it. There's Arizona. I liked your little knife there you just displayed in the short. That was pretty sweet. Here's that Opal I got Thursday night auction, Deep South. I told them in the live when we were both in there. I cut a hole in it and put a lanyard on it. Paid 12 bucks for it. Couldn't believe it. They're usually, no, 23 bucks, I'm sorry. These things are usually, a basic one is usually about $14 to $16. Oh, Aaron did this? Are you shitting me? He must burn it in with a laser or something, huh? Because it looks like a laser etching. I need to get one of them lasers. But I'm going to do one, and I'm actually going to hand carve it. I might hand carve a bear head on it somewhere, maybe in the back. Or I might do a bear claw on the whole back. Yeah, a lot of guys are doing that. I drilled that out as soon as I got it. I mean, not even 10 minutes after it came in the mail. I drilled a hole in it and put a snake knot paracord on it. That's the number 8. This is an original number 8 from the 50s. It doesn't have the viral lock. It locks open, but it doesn't lock closed. It won't move because that bottom doesn't allow for it. I'd like to get Aaron on here. That'd be cool. Maybe I text him real quick, or I got his email. Maybe he'll answer his email, huh, right away. got the knife I sent him. I'm waiting for him to do a video on it. I sent him he was showing off his sharp fingers, and it appeared to me that he really loved them sharp fingers, so I figured who else better to send it to than somebody who appreciate a sharp finger, right? And he got it today. Here's what he said. Let me see here if I can find his text. It's not in here. It's in my email. Cold me. Okay, here we go. Okay. He wrote, "Man, that sharp finger is freaking awesome. I can't wait to make a sheath for it so I can carry it. I don't know how to thank you." I said, "Glad you like it. Just throw me a couple stickers, buddy. I knew you would appreciate it better than most when I seen you showing your passion for your sharp fingers. You have. Can't wait to see what you make for it. It is 1095 high carbon steel, so it is tough. Peace, brother." I sent him a couple stickers and a couple of my leather business cards. Not that I need any leather business by him by any means, or he does by me. We're very, very similar. I mean, artistically, we've done lots of things with our hands, and I can see it comes out in what he does in his passion. I'm a lifetime artist myself. I've been drawing and painting since I was 4 years old. When I was young, real young, my mom put me and my brothers in the art classes. My oldest brother actually does it for a career. He's a graphics art designer for a big company. Oh yeah. I've seen that video that Aaron, that Saudi he did for you. He told me about that in the video. I remember now. A couple of days ago I watched that one. He put a half stop in it for you too. He did all that jig boning by hand. Hey, he does a great job. I needed to do a few knives like that myself. I think I'm going to buy a few of them cases with the white bone. Or even just take some synthetic side busters and put real bone on them and do it myself. I'm thinking about doing one with the Kodiak bear claw on it. And just put Kodiak under the claw, not Kodiak Edge, because I don't want to sell something that's a trademark of somebody else's with my name on it, you know what I mean? But if you put Kodiak on it, just resembles the bear claw. But yeah, that knife slip with the bear and the oh, I was gonna text him, and the foot. I could easily do that too, but you know, it's just we've got similar talents. I never thought of doing some of the things he's doing already, but I will be. I'll be here live carving, and I want to start doing some carving on leather. I could carve that same figure, the bear foot and the bear head, or what is it, Bigfoot. I can actually carve that in the leather instead of paint it, and then I'll just paint over it. But I'm not going to mimic what somebody else has done, you know what I mean? I'll just do something with my own logo. Kodiak bear with Kodiak Edge. I'll hand carve it all into the leather, and I'll do it here live. Okay, let me see here. If you read this, Alright, I sent him a message in my email. Yeah, where is the 5 people in here? Who's lurking, right? Jedi Jim, are you lurking? So far, it's just you two. It's actually said anything. Some people come and they start another page, you know, and keep it on the back burner to go back to it when they get bored with it, whatever they're doing. Radar, what's up, Radar? Welcome. I'm going over these openal knives here. Anyways, I had every size except for one. The 11 goes here. This is a 10. 8, 8, 7, 5. Yeah, I need a 6. I need the 6 and 11. And I had the 3, the smallest one, which is only an inch and a half. Inch and 3/4 maybe. I don't know what I did with it. I lost it somewhere. So anyways, then I threw in a old bear here. Same country, origin, France. These are pretty sweet. I want to start getting a lot of these too. You see the old bear on the blade there. The light doesn't help me too much, but it says old bear since 1925, Maniago, Italy. So anyways, a little bit of history on these. This company basically started in 1909. We had a good amount the other day, Justin. Yeah. Oop, I gotta unlock it first. So as you know, the numbers of the knives are on the top here. This one means saying number 13, made in France. And it says blockage under the number, which means with an arrow, turn it to the direction you want to lock it. And these are the viral locks, they call them. I'll unlock it, open it up, and lock it. But the original ones didn't have the lock closed, only the lock open. This is an original from the 50s. You can tell by the patina on it. And this one's from like the 70s. It's the number 8. Okay, you look at the openal inox. Inox meaning the stainless steel it is. And you see the crown over the hand, right? See the crown? They got a crown over a hand. 1565, it was from King Charles said in France, he ordered every master knife cutler to put a stamp on every knife they made from the origin of pride where it was made at. So in 1909, this Louis Opinel, he was 18 years old at the time when he invented this knife, and he went ahead and put this it's like a 2-finger deal here on the blade. He chose the crowned hand. The crowned hand. Okay. The blessing hand is that of Saint John the Baptist, taken from the coat of arms of Saint Jean de Morolin, the nearest town of Elvelez-les-Viaux, the birthplace of the Opinel family in France. That's the hand. Okay. This is a big one. 11-inch blade on this thing. This is what I carve my turkeys with, my hams with, every holiday. So, it's hard to remember all this shit, you know? So since 1909, that hand and that crown's been stamped on them ever since. It's the blessing hand, that of St. John the Baptist. That's a big ass opal. Yes, it is. Yes, Louis, you taught me you had the biggest knife. Oh, I got the same one Louis got. Hold on. Look familiar, Louis? You take this one and this one. Open the two of them up. The Opinel's got it beat a little bit. Little bit. Then I got a bigger one yet. It's the Rambo 3 movie knife. These things are hard as hell to unlock, man. You gotta put them on a service. At least my old ass does. Look at this fucking honker. Even side by side. There's the blade in comparison. Let me see here. Hold on. I can't get my camera any lower or higher up. Here's the. Well, if you go cutting surface, here's the cutting surface. You can see where this cutting surface ends on this one. But if you go total length of blade to here, to the ricasso, it's Opinel still got it beat by about a half an inch or so. And then handle wise, the Opinel's got it beat too. So overall length, the Opinel's 2 1/4 longer. Yeah, I know, I seen it in your video, Louis. This knife here, right? The one you had that big plastic, had it on that big ass plastic glove. These things are dangerous. Anyways, the video is not about that. Yeah, I'm trying to remember though. Oh, I'll turn this around. There's the open number 13. And coming in second, in comparison, is the Opinel 12. It's still a big knife. By any means, it's not a small one. It's got a longer blade on it than a Benchmade bug out, that's for sure. And it's still got Opinel in the hand of the crest of the Louis, or Jean de Maurienne, the St. John the Baptist hand on the bottom with the crown over top. Crown over the top is a symbol that, what was his name, Louis, I think? Joseph Opinel. The crown was Joseph Opinel's crown and crest that he put over the top of it. You can see it here. It's vertical on the blade. Back in the 50s, when these knives really came about, 40s, 50s, is when these knives really took off, even though they were invented in 1909. And even to this day, these are considered peasant knives over there, which basically means peasants, the lower class. A peasant's knife, which is affordable to buy, you know what I mean? Over there, you can get these for $5 in their money. You know, it's the same with the Old Bear over in Italy, or over in France. I'm sorry, they're both from France. The Opinel and the Old Bear. This one's got a black walnut handle on it, and this has got a slide lock, which is pretty cool. It's not the Vero lock; it's a slide lock. All right, Arizona, thanks. I see. Come chill with us at Kodiak Edge. It just popped up on my screen. I get all my news feeds from my cell phone right to my PC. That's that ding you heard. But yeah, check these out if you haven't though. The Old Bears, they got a lot of nice ones too. Old Bears. It's 1925 out of Maniago, Italy. It's the other Italian company other than Opinel. Considered a peasant knife too, but yeah, you slide this to the left and it locks the blade, and then to the right to unlock it, and then you can lock it closed too by going back to the left. Very simple concept, you know, both of these, but this was their invention, and 1925, and this came about in 1890 and wasn't really put out for sale till, I don't know, 1909, 1910, but they were just sold inefficiently back then. It wasn't until about the 40s, early 50s till they started taking off, because they were so affordable, everybody started buying them, you know what I mean? It was the all-around working man's hand, peasant knife, lower class man's knife that couldn't afford the really fine handmade Italian or German knives, you know. And it served them well. I mean, this knife's an engineering feat. I mean, it's so geometry is everything when it comes to a blade. I don't care if it's S90V or fucking MagnaCut or 440C, right? The geometry in these blades is like a chisel grind, where it's thin geometry and it's very shallow profile of a angle of a cutting bevel, which is around 14 degrees, almost like a chef knife. They just slice through just about anything easily. I mean, if you have one, you know what I'm talking about. But they're, you know, and they're disposable. The farmers lost them, they just go buy another one because they were inexpensive. Let me see here. Had to fix the blade, then I added the scales. Oh, on that big lockback you got. Made it look good, Justin. Yeah, it looks nice. Okay, that's the number 11. Or I'm sorry, the 12 in comparison to the 13. And then this one, like I said, is the number 10. I'm missing the 11. I'll get that one next. The 11 and the 6 I don't have. Number 10. You can see it right there, if you can see it at all. 10. Fucking camera sucks. Cheap Amazon camera. And then the number 8s. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Number 8s. And the number 8 was the first one of all of them. They didn't make all these other numbers, but they made the number 8 first, you know. Joseph Opinel made the number 8 first. So that was the start of the Laguiole, 1909. And they really, like I said, they were sold sparingly. He was a young kid. He didn't manufacture them nor make a lot of them until they, I don't know what year, let me see, what year did they start manufacturing them? I think it was 1955. And they say the knife's got 4 components: the blade, the handle, the fixed furlue, and the rivets, or the set pin. And in this handle, underneath the furlue, they call that a haft, H-A-F-T. And a rivet was needed to make the haft stay in place for this viral lock. Maybe we can see it on a newer one here. But the rivet's right there, and on the other side, that's what pins the blade in, and the viral lock spins on that rivet. I mean, it's ingenious, man. I mean, what, 110 years ago? 117 years ago or something like that? Pretty fucking cool. The viral block. B-L-O-C, not C-K. O-C. Yeah, I seen this at that Deep South auction and I had to get it. But, so the viral lock was modified in 1990, actually. It wasn't until 1990 when the viral lock made it modified to where it not only locked in the open position, which was the most important, but they figured out how to get it to lock in the closed position in 1990. See, now it's closed in a locked position. That didn't come about until 1990. It's like a kind of a slow feed, ain't it, today? But yeah, the Opinel knife, its popularity everyday item, was aesthetics remain unchanged for over a whole century. With the design that is one of the most successful of all time. I mean, just brilliant. And then the price range. Everybody can afford these, even today, you know what I mean? But here, this is an Opinel number 6. And this is my potato peeler. Opinel potato peeler. And it has the crown and the hand on it, right in the middle of the cutting blades. That's a cool little dude. It cuts fairly decent. You know, it peels very, very decent. But it doesn't peel as quick as a regular household one. That's the potato peeler. I just leave these open, huh? Why not? Why not, huh? Put the potato peeler right there. The old bear, what the hell, right here. You don't really need to see that anyway. That's not what it's about. Okay. This one here, made in France. Just the markings on it. I'm trying to date it. I haven't really dated these knives yet, but I know this one's around the 50s. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta fuel my fireplace. Put another bucket of coal in it. Okay. So, this, like I said, is the number 8 original. This one, again, I said was the number 12 after the 13. And then next was the number 10. I need to get the 11. And then I got to get a number 3 because I used to have it, which is smaller than this one, and I lost it. You guys still here? Nobody said anything in a while. Eight people are watching, and only 3 people are around, huh? But yeah, here's the number 10. 13, 12, no 11, 10, no 9, 8. This is an 8, and this is an 8, and that's an 8. I like the 8s. This is the first one they started with, so gotta have the 8s, right? These 2 8s. And then this is the number 5. This one don't lock at all, open or close, it just opens. It's the same with the number 3, they're too small. It's probably got, I don't know, probably a 2, 2 1/4 inch blade on it. Which ain't a bad blade. It'll cut some stuff up. And then here's my next one. My camp knife set. This is the number 8. And they figured this out, folks. Check this out. I'm sure some of you have seen this already. You got a spoon or a fork here. And they figured out how to put a mechanism on the end of it to where you can actually put either in the closed position, either the fork or spoon on it, turn the viral lock, and it stays in. You know, and then if you want to use your knife, just open your knife first, cut what you got to cut out with it. But that's kind of oxymoronish if you ask me. You want to be able to use the knife while you cut with the fork, right? So that's where you'll buy another number 8 or number whatever. You get the fork and the spoon. eat your cereal, you don't need a knife, right? Or your oatmeal in the morning. But yeah, the fork, and then have you another knife to cut your meat, whatever, while you're doing your thing, right? So that's the camp set, which is pretty cool. Had to have it. There's other ones I gotta get to. They have that. It's kind of hard to get everything, you know, when you collect just about everything. You know, I think everything's cool. It's just a matter of what you like. What's up, y'all? Dwayne Letterman's in the house, y'all. Thanks for stopping in. Oh. You boys all know each other. That's great. I love it. The knife community's getting smaller. Look at this one. They got the crown and the hand on the button there. I don't know if you can make that out. The lighting's just poor. There we go. On the button. This one here, you can wear it horizontal on your belt or vertical. Either way. This is a number 8 with a brush on it and a hawkbill. This is my mushroom knife that's already harvested probably about a little over 1,000 pounds of mushrooms already. I'm going to have a mushroom hunter. And this is locked in place. Again, it's got the crown on it just like usual. And its name. And I got a lanyard hole here. Yeah, I can put a lanyard on there if I want. Tiny. I'm going to drill it out wider. This is for brushing your spores off onto the ground so you can continue the growth of the mushrooms. Yes, sir. Mushroom knife. And it's gotten well used already. And a hawkbill. First day I got this, the second day the shrooms were popping, man, the morels, and I probably got 60 pounds of morels with this on the very first day after I got it. And this year I probably cut 300 pounds of sheepheads with it. And I love the sheepheads, boy. That's probably my favorite mushroom. And it comes with its case, horizontal, cross straw, whatever, and your vertical. Pretty nice. It gets used. Haven't scratched it up yet. I don't know how I did that. It's been out probably half a dozen times in the woods with me already. Okay. Just going through in a few things. Yeah, some days you really get them good, the morels. You like 5-10 pounds in a day sometimes. Sometimes you get 60 pounds. Just depends on how much humidity you got and steady climate for them. about 54 to 63 degrees they start popping. They like that. Usually when it's, what is it, 43 lows and 63 highs in between there, and if the humidity's right, they'll pop. They pop really good. Hell, they can pop several times within a month apart if the temperature's just right. But them hen of the woods, boy, you can get them on any oak tree. I got 6 acres here, and there's probably about a third of it oak trees, and I get a few 100 pounds off of them in my backyard. And man, I got them in the freezer now. You run out of the morels early, but so much more hen of the woods to get in one visit than any of the mushrooms. And I prep them, freeze them, and they're just as fresh as the day I picked them. Man, you cook them with a steak like a steak, they taste like a steak. Love them. I cook them by themselves like a steak, and they taste like a steak. Yeah. Who doesn't feast on the morels, right? Gotta love them. So, it wasn't until 2000 that the second feature was actually implemented on these knives, where it's a transport lock, they call it, where they could lock in a closed position. That was in 2000. So, I got France on my bucket list. One of my close cousins lived there for a little over 4 decades, and she always sent me stuff back from there, and I always told her about the opal knives, and she sent me one, and she had her whole career there. She was a model in the hairdressers magazines that were featured all over the world. She's a very beautiful lady, her and her sister. But her sister moved back to the States 3 decades earlier than she did. She stayed there until about 4 years ago. Now she's in her 70s. She's like, had to come back home, be with family before she got too old, you know. So now she's doing what she did in Venice, Italy. I think it was Venice, Italy she lived in. She was a cook. She had her own restaurant there. And now she shares with me all the secrets of Italian cooking. She's got me cooking with that 000 powder for making all my pastas and pastry and pizza doughs. You'll never make a pizza again once you use the 000 Italian flour any other way. You won't make a pizza with regular flour anymore. It's shit flour from here. When they take that corn flour and put it on the bottom, there's a name for it. It just passed me. I got it upstairs. I'll put that out when I roll it out. It leaves a nice corn crust bottom. What modern you have? What's that? Modern knife? So you all see my opal collection here live, huh? I'll probably do a regular video too, just to get more likes and get more shit. I'm gonna start doing a video a day like the Knife Doctor, man. Start getting my shit out there a little more. But it's a lot of work, you know what I mean? It's like, you guys know that have pages. Video editing takes up most of your time. when you're done formatting and shit, you gotta go back and overcheck it, make sure everything's right. Don't want to put no mistakes in there and have people see it and shit. And it's a lot of work. That's why a lot of guys would rather just go live. A lot of women do that too. Like when they cook, they'll just go live. I mean, but the more videos you get out there, the more you get out there, right? So short formats videos are just as important as the long format. Doing both. I like to get at least one a day of each out. But I do side jobs too. I'm doing a bathroom right now, and I keep busy. So it's like, until I start getting paid from YouTube, I'm not really going to dedicate, I'll slowly get over 1,000 out. Hell, I only need like 142 more subscribers. I'll be at my 1,000, then I'll have my big giveaway. I got my lighters here I got out somewhere, if I can find them. Anyways, I got new Zippos I bought. I'm going to be giving them away with my logo on them, Kodiak Edge Bear logo. So, yeah, that's what I'll be doing. Howdy. And, get these open holes out of my way. Anybody wants to see them, they can come on this live stream and watch the video. I might do a video tomorrow about it, but where's that one knife? I think I left it upstairs. I got a Barlow I'm gonna clean up. Not a restore, just to clean up, like Kevin does, but mine's gonna look a little shinier. Well, you don't have to, edit them. I mean, it just depends on how much you want to take this, you know what I mean? I'm retired now, and I love to have a second income, especially if I can make, 7-8 grand a month doing it, right? And you can, you can make 7-8 grand a month with 5,000 subscribers, 10,000 subscribers. It just is how well you edit the videos that determines how the algorithm keeps you in the feed, in the feed cycle, in the search engine when people search. I always pay attention to what are the top videos in every category that people searching for, looking at knives, collecting knives, fixing knives. I'm on top of that. And when I make a thumbnail and I make a title for a video, it's very similar to theirs, but I try to bring mine up in alphabetical order to where mine's above theirs. That's another way around the algorithm. It'll keep you up at the top in the search engine with people when they search for videos. It's how it's alphabetically put in, and then that helps a lot. So paying attention to the algorithm, basically meaning, what do people want to see? What do they got out there? I got to match that. I got to do better than that. You know what I mean? And that'll get you a lot of subscribers a lot faster. I had one video get me almost 500 subscribers in like 5 nights. I went from 240 subscribers when I started 9 months ago. For the longest, I only had 260 to 340 for like almost a 4-month span. I've only been doing this about 9 months. And then all of a sudden, that one video I made, boom, 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 man, you got 12,000 views in 5 days, and I got a little over 400 and some subscribers just off that one video. You want me to show some of my moderns? What do you like the most? I'll show you some moderns. What do you want to see? Kershaw, Spyderco. I don't get bug out. I got Benchmade, I mean. I got one Benchmade, but it's a Bali Song Benchmade. They're just overpriced. Literally, folks, it takes Benchmade, We Knife Company, Spyderco, all these top companies with the top dollar knives. Literally, they through CPM they get these blanks of steel that'll make, and they get them in the thousands blanks, and they get them as low as $24 down to about $17 a blank, and one blank will cut out 7 blades. $17 for 5 knife blades. They put Bug Out's got a cheap thin handle on it, throw it on there and fucking boom. In fact, Benchmade's got the biggest payout. They have 235 employees with a net income of, what is that? I remember, I'm trying to dig in my head here. A net income of around, annual income of around $11.5 million a year. So that translates to about $275,000 to $280,000 per employee they're making. I mean, I can buy one blank and make 3 blades for 14 bucks. Put handles on them and sell all 3 knives for $175 a piece. But being a custom handmade one, I could sell them for upwards of $275. And it only really virtually cost me $20, maybe $25 max for the cost of my materials to make one knife, custom knife that I can get $275, $300 for, providing I add a sheath for it. So you add another probably 14 bucks for the sheath, and what do you got? Like 32 bucks. I can sell you a $275 knife. But you look at these manufacturers making these knives. Magna Cut's the biggest thing. Boom, what's add $100 to the fucking knife, right? And the blades. Magna Cut is a little more expensive. Instead of $17 or $14 a blank for 5 blades, they're paying $17.50 to make 5 blades of Magna Cut. $17.50. And they're jacking $100 up on the price of your knife because it's a lot of silver steel. And technically, edge geometry, if you have a much better edge geometry on a D2 steel knife, it's going to cut way better than a Magna Cut blade. It's just, you know, D2 isn't as rust resistant. Show them all, huh? Okay. I'll show a few. I don't have a mobile camera yet, so let me get the rest of these openers out of my way. I'll grab some. If you see any of these knives you want me to do a video on, just let me know. Okay. I like to modify a lot of my knives, as you all know probably. And I'm going to start with Let me get two more to go with these. My two favorite Chinese knife manufacturers. Okay, move the camera. Alright, this one I modified here. These two I haven't yet. These are the three from the same company. Alright, I'll flip these over, you'll see. Can you see the label on them? These are petrified fish. That's probably my favorite, and I gotta start buying more of them, man. Chinese made knives, right? This is also my favorite Chinese manufacturer here. This is Gonzo Tool Companies making these here. I just love them. They're button locks. You know, check them out if you haven't yet. Damn lanyard keeps getting in my way every time I try to fling them open. But these are new, so it's hard for me to flick them open. This button lock could be a little more powder out, but just the fit and finish, man. And you know, these people are known for using D2. This is 440C actually. This is the highest grade of 440 stainless. The lower the number, you get the 440B, 440A, and then just 440. It starts out at the numbers 400, 440, 4A, 440A, 440B, 440C. C being the highest grade. So when you see a knife advertises 440 stainless, you know it's junk compared to 440C, right? So this one here is made by Gonzo. This is the FB760 in 440C. Pretty cool knife design, knife blade. I mean, this is G10. Very good steel, and then here's the Gonzo logo. Kind of reminds me of the Buck heat treatment logo, right? From the guy that does all the heat treatment for Buck. But this knife here, can you guess how much it cost me? Same with this knife. This one's the best one of the two. It flies out there. And I don't know if you could thumb stud these with that lock. No, you got to pull them open. Let me check this one out. Yeah, this one you can open with your thumb. Like I said, if you wanted to look them up, FB760 Gonzo Knife and Tool Company. And then this one here, this one actually flies out. This is the FB765, also 440C. Both yeah, they're both G10. It's a little bit slimmer of a handle than this one here. But this one operates a lot better, I think. But this one here, you can thumb flick it out. You can't that one. It's spring assist. It flies out. So basically, this is better. This one's better off to fling out. Actually, surprisingly, Cosmin, it flicks out like it's made in America, to tell you the truth. This thing flies out, man. I mean, I'm barely pushing on that. And you know what? These blades are dead center. I mean, and I've had them a couple years. And this one flies out flicking. And again, look at that blade. Just about dead center. And this is my favorite company of all the Chinese companies, without a doubt. Petrified fish. These are, yeah, they're all D2 steel. But here's the hottest one of them all. This is the biggest seller for petrified fish, and I modified it. I took the original scales off, which were micarta like this, but they were a green micarta. This is their #1 seller. It's the beluga. I mean, you can flick this thing just about everywhere. Thumb flick on top. These things fly. Look at middle finger. Let's try that ring finger. How many American-made knives can you flick open with your pinky, right? Let's try it. Oop, almost. I easily flick with all fingers, but I haven't done the pinking in a long time. There we go. You know, I mean, it just flies out. And these got the bronze ball bearings in them too. I mean, nice. The Beluga is the #1 seller, and they have this in a fixed blade too. But this is a sweet finish from Finland. Birch burl from the birch tree. I put this on several knives. I got a buck 110 and a charade that I put it on. And this one here, I love the blade shape of that. G10, or G10. Blue denim micarta. Petrified fish logo on it. And the knife, this is the Vector. Petrified fish Vector. They got a new one that's out, that's hot now. Let me see if I can look it up real quick. And it's like selling like hotcakes all over on the networks. Let me see. Mini Beluga is awesome too. Yes, it is. You got it. We got 12 here now. SC, you got 12 petrified fishes. Giveaway on your lives or knives? What are you talking about there, SC? But and I made the lanyards for all these. I had one on this, but I took it off. I don't know why. It's got a micarta spacer too. Well made knives. I mean, you gotta admit, Chinese technology has gone a long way. And mostly in part is because of the American market. You know, they're starting to realize people don't want junk anymore. You know, you can't make every fucking knife a gas station knife, right? The Victor, exactly. And it's D2. Hard to read. No, this is the K110 steel. I'm sorry. These two are, I believe. Nope, this is K110. Man, I'm forgetting my shit. This one is actually D2, but that's got carbon fiber on it, folks. You know, carbon fiber. Anyways, I want to ask you what I paid for these. Radar said $25. I think I paid $17.95 for them. And I tell you what, man, if you hold these in your hand, wait, that thing flicks open too. Yeah, hold them in your hand, you'd be like, wow. And there's no blade play on these, none. And the blades are well centered. Just listen to that drop. I mean, it doesn't have that detent stop close like a good quality one does, but they're well made, man. He's got the bronze washers in them, you know. But let me see that beluga here. Hold on. Or not beluga, but petrified fish. You know what? Ay, ay, ay. New page. $18 for D2 blade knife? Yeah. I mean, you want to see another D2 I paid $10 for? Well, hell, for 30 bucks, 28 bucks, you can get 110 Slim, right? From 420 HC. Here you go, $10. The newest one's $5. D2 steel. And it was funny when this handle outperformed the bug out when they did that test. That one kid did that test on his page, and the bug out handle broke, and this one didn't. That was hilarious. But yeah, this is the 110 Slim. I've modified a lot of them over the years. Petrified fish. Okay, I'm gonna look at the newest one. I've seen it a few times already. What is it? PFP12 water spout they have for the saltwater guys. But that's not the one. Let me see here. You got them in categories: flippers, G10s, K110, thumb stud, D2 steel. Alright, the Petrified Fish PFP10 hairtail 3.54, K110 steel blade, 149 grams, micarta carbon fiber handle, flipper, liner lock. It's I used to get my YouTube on here, or my browser on here, and I forgot how to bring it back up again. Next time I go live, I'll go online, which is on the computer. But this one here, 53 bucks, guys. Look at this. It looks like a 920 Osborne, don't it? And I bet it performs every bit as well as the 920 Osborne. For less than a quarter of the price. Well, like I said, man, geometry. It doesn't matter the fucking steel you got on your knife. All these guys go crazy over, oh, I gotta have an S90V, or oh, I gotta have Maximum, or oh, I gotta have fucking MagnaCut. Dude, give me D2 steel. It's an underrated steel. I'll take D2 over most of them because it's in the budget category, and you're getting quality steel, quality knife for the price. Providing the edge geometry is where I want it, and I can tweak it to get it where I want it. If it's not, I can, but the average consumer can't. But you give me one that is straight out of the package, total edge geometry at its greatest, it's going to outperform anything with a fucking MagnaCut, S90, Maximum, you name it, S90V. 18 for D2 knife. Yeah, I think I paid 35 for mine, paid 35 for yours, but our dollar is not very good. Yeah. Ozark Grail. Yeah, I actually did a video on this one. But I tell you what, man, look at that's a user. I'm cutting shit with it. I got another one new in the package I never opened. I always get 2 of each. Then I got these ones here. Six-piece combo set, right? With the G10s handles, knife sharpener, Victorinox style fucking. Let me put these back as I go, though, man. I don't have a bunch of fucking knives laying around my shop, clogging everything up. But yeah, so those are my 2 favorite Chinese companies, and I'm digging these Ozark Trails. I'll show you another Ozark Trail couple that I got. I don't know, I found them somewhere. I don't know, it was a buddy's shop, and I bought them. Oh, I actually got one of them on me in my pocket. Not the fixed blade, but I got the folder. This is the Ozark Trail. Plastic synthetic stag handle. But man, the ergos on these knives, man. That's an Ozark Trail. I bought the 2 of these in a set for like 22 bucks a couple years ago. Maybe 25. And here's the fixed blade. And I'll tell you what, man. This thing feels rock solid in the hand. Great little caping skinning knife. thin, light, you know, and it's just there, man. I remember Camulus made one very similar to it with the thin plastic synthetic handles on it. You know, Wallace Rockwell, the master builder over there at Camulus, made these very similar. In fact, he made one similar to this for the I believe the 125th anniversary of Camillus. Yeah, this a beautiful looking knife, man. I mean, you know, China. But yeah, these are probably my favorite 3 companies right now. What's in the box? I'll get it out here in a second. They are the 6-piece combo set. I paid $15 for all 6 pieces. All 6. 3 knives, sharpener, multi-tool, and a Victorinox style utility knife. I'll get it out here. Let me put these away. I get too much out of. A lot harder to put them all away. So basically, these are the only Ozark trails I got right now. But I'm going to start buying a few more of them. I'm going to get that $5 one with the white handle. And just get one for use and one, again, for saving in the package, never open. Because even though, you know, shit that flies off the shelf at Walmart, especially to the knife enthusiasts, one day, that cheap-ass knife, this cheap-ass knife in the packages is going to go for over $100, you know, because you won't get them anywhere. They just, you know, they'll discontinue them, and somebody will pay $100 for one of these fucking knives in the mail, right? And on eBay. Alright. I almost did a video on these. I might have, I can't remember if I did. But I don't use them, I just leave them in the package they came in. And then here's the receipt. I paid $15, $1.98. PLS subtotal $1.06, total $8.14. Cash tender $20. So I paid $18.04 with tax at Walmart for all 3 of these knives. And here's the 3 different handles. Handle shapes. Again, this is an Ozark trail, of course. And then this one had a plastic tip. So you get all 3 of these knives. I'll just leave that off. You get the little knife sharpener here with them. There's the knife sharpener. So you're getting 4 knives with the little Victorinox multi-tool, right? Keychain knife. And then you get this combo tool here. Damn, come on out. There we go. It's got a little lanyard on there, a screwdriver here, a bottle opener there, 2 different size wrenches, a smaller screwdriver, a measuring thing or another, but yeah. And really, let's see how they work. So they just fly open, man. Ergonomically, it's nestled with 3 fingers, no problem. Right there at the end of your hand with 4 fingers and a thumb. Nice little box cutter, you know what I mean? This one here, Tonto, I don't really care for Tonto blades, nor serrated blades. But I still get a few of them here and there. I haven't tweaked these at all. to get them to perform any better. They just need to be worked out, and I don't really play with them. I just leave them in this package. But they fly out, man. Now let me see. There's that handle in the hand. Here's this handle, about the same shape. In fact, I think these two are the same. Actually, all three of them are the same shape handles. Deep carry pocket clip. The only bad thing is they got them screws on the outside. You know, I guess those are trails have screws on the outside of their pocket clips. That can snag, you know. But if I wanted to, I could fix that. I'll put flush mount screws on them. But I have my white Walmart knife. I need that orange one, Gordon. You can get them. Go online, Walmart. Find them online. Used to have an unofficial Demolition Ranch Facebook group with 60,000 members. Oh, really? That's cool. Demolition Ranch. Everybody, you farmer? Or? And welcome to my page then, anyways. Compressor. Hey, thank you for stopping in. Compressor, I'll review them for you. Sweet. Alright. Yeah, the handles are all the same on these knives. Just a matter of which blade you like. Tonto, the drop point, and Warren clip. Cleaver style blade, right? But so far, this is my favorite. I really like the feel of these handles on it, man. It's got a little bit of a jimping there. They could have, you know, maybe dug this part of the handle out a little bit more so it's your finger nestles in there a little better. But this is still my favorite. You know, I mean, I never use this knife. Never cut anything with it, nor this. Just sitting in my collection. So, that's them. I'll get some more expensive ones out here for you, if you want to see them instead. I can get this on without cutting myself. Maybe that's the wrong knife, I don't know. Or just the way I'm putting it on. Yeah. Alright. I like to keep these all intact. Oh, Demo Ranch does guns. Cool. Oh, I can't show you my guns here live on YouTube. I tried that once already. They booted me for 2 days. I got lots of them, but not as many as you, I'm sure. I've got all the guns I used in the military. And some. Got a little safe full of them. Probably close to 50, 60 guns. But they're an investment. I buy gold, silver, guns, and knives. That's my investment. When I'm ready to pull the plug on all of it, I'll sell it all. I'll make you mad. What do you want? A few FUD level guns? That's cool. I'm sure you got a lot more guns than I got. I go over to my buddy's house once in a while. I dink around with him, but he's got a full setup shop for making custom AR-15s. He's probably made, I don't know, maybe a little over a dozen, and he's only been doing it 3 years or so. But he's a master body man. He can make, this guy can literally make anything out of any metal in a body shop. I mean, he takes old rusty cars, gets all the rust out of them, and makes all new parts. He doesn't order shit. He makes it. And he's got all these CNC metal lathes and milling machines at his house, and I'll go over there and toy around with them. He's showing me how to use the machine so I can start milling finer pocket knives. I want to make a really fine pocket knife and start selling it. Few Savage, they're my great rifles, man. 3-4 shotguns. Believe it or not, I got 2 shotguns. I got a sawed-off 12-inch side-by-side for home protection with double-aught tungsten steel in it, and I got my 3.5-inch Magnum for duck hunting. That's it. and I don't use a full semi-auto. I got a 12 gauge. I'd like to show it to you, but I can't. They'll boot me. But I got a 12 gauge Remington 870, the most reliable, dependable, most bought fucking shotgun in history. And it still to this day, being 35 years old, works like a charm. And it's a 3 3/4 inch Magnum with a fully modified choke for doing 3.5 inch tungsten steel for the geese. And it's painted. I painted it to look like a rattlesnake skin all the way down, to hide in the shadow grass that I hunt. This damn camera's pissing me off. Sorry, folks. Shockwave and the windmill behind the headboard. Yeah, I keep my Springfield XDS 45 ACP on my side whenever I go somewhere. Concealed carry law here, so it's pretty nice. But according to the Constitution, we shouldn't be fucking charged anything to carry a gun, right? But you know them fucking politicians there. Let me see here. What do I want to put away? These Ozark knives. I'll get some, get away from the Chinese knives here for a minute. I'm going to put it in the right spot. The right blade in the right spot. This keeps the dust and dirt off of them, and plus encourages me never to use them, you know what I mean? I won't really use these knives for anything. I got a lot of other less expensive, better knives for cutting and doing all the job. I mean, here's what I carry mostly. Until this one now I got to get me another one. This is going out in the mail to Knife Monkey. Paramilitary too, that's all I carry. That, you know, I love the ODE green. And then the Civivi Elementum too. That's all I carry. This does the majority of my cutting every day. It's just a perfect all-around knife, you know, and there's a reason why it's one of the most sold knives in the world today. D2 steel. I think this one's got the this is the Nitro V with the Elementum 2. Everybody bitched about the Elementum 1, the original Elementum. This Elementum 1 right here, the original one. And here's the 2 with the button lock. Everybody wanted a button lock. You know, they wanted that. So, they bitched, they got it. And Civivi pulls through. And I tell you what, man. Civivi right now is like the fucking bomb when it comes to all around range prices knives. I mean, you know, We Knife Company owns them, and Sencut right here. But I'll tell you what, you can get any of the three whenever you can afford them and when you want to get them. But you can get a lot more Sencut and a lot more Civivi than you can the We at the same build rate quality. I mean, just phenomenal company. They're coming out with so many different. But this one here's the Nitro V steel. When they came out and answered everybody, they came out with the Nitro V steel and the Elementum 2. And this is the Elementum 1, or the Elementum original. It's got the frame lock, where this one's got the button lock, right? It's flick. I had an Elementum here without the flick, I think. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I'm trying to close it with a right. But yeah, so that replaced that. And here's the Sencut version. This is brown micarta, but hey, you know, fuck, 34 bucks. You know what I mean? How can you beat that? I mean, the quality, fit, and finish, every bit of a lot of them, you know. We have a constitutional carry in Alabama. I pocket carry an M&P Shield 40. Oh yeah, I love that M&P Shield 40, man. I wish they wouldn't have got rid of mine. But I traded it for an SKS. You know, with the interchangeable folding stock, so I thought it was a good deal. Back then I didn't really care for it as much as I wanted rifles, and I kind of wish I didn't, you know, because you can get them SKSs off the shelf for half the cost, so I really kind of didn't get the best end of the deal, but I wanted an SKS at the time. Still got it. At least I didn't get rid of the gun. But my buddy got it from me, and he took the trigger down to a 2 3/4 pound pull on it. He didn't like the play in the trigger and shit, and I didn't really care for it either. But I love that XDS, Springfield XDS. That thing's fucking super light. This one here's the Appalachian Drifter by Civivi. It's got the finger flick in the front, since I'm getting Civivi out. It's got the purple, since it's my high school football team colors. Wilmington Wildcats were purple and white. So I had to get it with purple. It's got the carbon fiber bolster. And it's a frame lock. But man, look at the edge geometry. Like I'm telling you. This knife will outperform this knife in cutting. I'm serious. Because of the edge geometry. That thing's hollow ground. And look at the difference on them fucking blades. This is flat ground. Flat ground, no way in hell whatsoever. With the geometry on this thin ass blade, hollow cut is going to outperform it. But look at the size, the thicknesses of the blades. Big difference. This thing is super slicey. This will go through a fucking onion that's not even there. This one will have a little bit of resistance, but it's a flat cut. You know what I mean? And by the way, I better sharpen this before I send it to you, because it needs a good one. And then this is a hell of a lot harder to sharpen than that one. But once you get this sharpened, it'll stay sharpened a little bit longer. But this one outperformed its sliciness, period, for 46 bucks. It's got the finger flick on the side. I haven't done it much with it. But it's kind of got that choil like the Beluga. The Appalachian Drifter. Us hillbillies like a good Appalachian knife, right? Yeah, I was born and raised in the South, guys. Northwest Florida. I was a kid growing up. I had pet alligators in my backyard. I just lost my accent. Yup. Coming to you, SC. I can't wait to get them bullets, brother. I'll give you a Wilmington Wildcats. Yeah, that's the name of my football team growing up. I played all 4 years. I hold a state record in black punts as a defensive nose guard, and then I went to defensive end. I averaged 12 tackles a game, 2 assists, and 2 sacks a game, and I have the state IHSA state record for black punts. In 8 sectional games, I blocked 9 punts, 2 in 1 game. And I still hold that record today. And I'm 60 years old. Wilmington, Illinois, not North Carolina, not South Carolina. Cosman, you're new to the page. Nice to see you come here. Thank you. Oh, you've been here a while, haven't you, Cosman? Yeah. Alright, I got you. Yeah. Wilmington, Illinois. Where are you from, Cosman? I like this sand cut, man. It's the only sand cut I got. Beautiful knife. Burlap mic-card. I'm going to make some of this mic-card. I got a lot of burlap sitting around being an upholsterer, too. Yep. I can't remember the name of this one. But, what has it got on there? It says it on the blade somewhere. I just closed it, I think. Yeah, it says, your eyes are too fucking old to read anything without a glass. Let me see here. Man, the fucking shadows. Hold on. 9CR 18 MOV. That's what's on that center cut. Okay. Put these away. fire. Put some logs on the fire. Okay, what knife's next? I forgot a Civivi, man. I got this one here. I can't remember the name of it. Help me out if you remember. This is the last one I purchased, but I can't make out the fucking name. I have to look it up right here. Anyways, I was looking at these petrified fishes too. Speaking of which, bring a few more Chinese out. These are honkers here. They're heavy as shit. I only paid like 45 bucks a piece for these. Look at this hunk of steel, man. Well, it's got the ceramic bearings in it. These are called effing glows, or effing grows. They're honkers, man. Just to give you a comparison. What's this knife, y'all? I can't remember the name of it. Civivi. Later, Gadgets. Gadgets taking off? Who's Gadgets? Is that a nickname for somebody? Later, if you're leaving, brother. Thanks for stopping in. Later Gadgets? Or is that Later Gadgets Knives or whatever? I don't know. What was the yellow knife? The yellow one that I had? Or the orange one you mean I had? That was the Benchmade Bug Out Killer by Ozark Trails. Praxis, that's what this is. Yeah, this is the last one I bought, the Praxis. I like it, man. It's got a nice finger toe on the front there, man. Really slip into it. And the blade, it's thin. I mean, here's another Chinese knife. This is the Swiss Tech. And look at the difference in the blade steel. I thought the Swiss Tech was thin. This Praxis is really thin, man. But it's a flat cut, and that Appaloosa Drifter cuts a lot better than this one does. Even though this has a little bit thinner spine, just that hollow ground, geometry of the blade on it, Appalachian Drifter is superior to this one. Even though this one cuts really well. Yeah, and here's a Swiss Tech. I bought this one at Walmart, of course. And then I got the fixed blade too. And now they got new ones out now too. I gotta get them just to keep this, keep it going, right? The knives you get, if you like them, I mean, continue getting what they have in future blades, if you can afford it, or if that's what you want to do. But I'll tell you what, coming to my traditional folding knives, I'm going to start getting mostly German handmade knives from now on. Put this thing away. But yeah, here's the Swiss Tech field knife, Aussage steel, and it's kind of a honker. I mean, it's got some weight to it. I like a knife with good weight, and it's got probably a little over 3/8 of a blade spine on that. I mean, I like it, man. And that's I don't want to say maybe denim, but it'll burlap my cart almost. Same here. You know, and the looks of them. I mean, they're Chinese made, but you know, American company has them made, and I believe it's an American company. I can't remember, but yeah, I mean they're nice little knives. And this one here comes with the Molly compatible Kydex holes. You know, inch and a half, inch and a half. So you can put a, you know, you can take. I believe this comes out. Let me see. Oh no, it spins. I don't think you can get this off either. No. If you wanted to take it off, actually at an inch and a half, you could actually put, and down here you could put it, one of them locking other ones. You don't need it. This is pretty cool. For the price, you know. Uni-lock system. It's got a ferro rod with it. What was the other knife? Do you ever have any problems with the ceramic bearings cracking if you over tighten? Radar Praxis. I like them Swiss Tech knives. I'm giving one away on my channel. Yeah, I seen that, Arizona. I think I followed your rules there or whatever. I think it was for it. See if I can't get lucky. I win them on Deep South Cutlery all the time. I've won like 4 knives already from Deep South Cutlery. Hey, we're knife junkies. We got to get in all the knife giveaways we can. But I'm going to have mine too here coming up soon, Arizona. And I'm going to give away 2 of my hats that I make. One with Kodiak Edge and one with Backwoods Leather, my other company. And I got new Zippos here somewhere. Yeah, I got like 5 of these in the package. I'm going to give a few of them away with my logo etched in it. The Kodiak Bear Claw. Actually, I have a couple here now. Yeah, because these are like practice, man. You got to practice on these first before, so I can get it down. See, one's more smudger than the other one. But I'm going to give a few of these away. This one's better than that one. But it's kind of hard because this one's kind of, let me see. This one's more defined. I didn't etch it as deep as this one. Because when you go into these, there's 3 metals here. You know, these are all brass with nickel silver and nickel plating together. See, because the nickel silver won't adhere to the brass, so they gotta use a regular nickel finish for the nickel silver, because the nickel will, but the nickel silver won't. Adhere to the brass. So there's 3 finishes, and if you burn too much through them, you'll see all 3 finishes kind of. So each one that you etch will be slightly a different color depending on how deep you went through it. So yeah, that's what I'm going to have. I'm going to give maybe 3 of these away. If I can show it without the light interfering. Well, you get the idea. Then I got Kodiak Edge on the top. I'll do that again. These guys are collecting Zippos now. Why not, right? I am interested in the Katsu F08, maybe whatever. Work Tough Gear is dropping in March. Have to check that out, Victor. I message you to put the correct hashtag, Gordon. You put in the wrong one to take a look at it, brother. Okay, yeah, I will. See, I'm new to that too. I don't know specifically how that shit works, but I'm catching on. Thanks. I'll look at it. Yeah. So I'll give like 3 of these away. And then I got leather hats that I started making with the Backwoods leather logo on them. I might give a couple of them away. And maybe one manufactured knife away. A nice one. Haven't decided yet. And maybe I'm going to give one of these pocket drops away. I got 7 of these I'm going to take in and get them powder coated. Or what do they call that? Not powder coated. You know that coating. I'm going to make the whole knife match the sheath that it comes in. You see all the different colors I got going on here. This is my invention here. You know, the way I got the sheath and the knife. I love side busters. I'm a side buster junkie, so this is basically an oversized side buster style body. And Cerakote finished. I'm going to get these Cerakote finished to match the knife all the way through, so I'll have a couple of these maybe to give away when I reach 1,000. But these are sweet, you know, they're pocket drops. So that's what I think I'll give away on a knife, and I might give a manufactured one away, but they go right in your pocket here. Then I always got a fixed side buster with me when I want to cut something quick. Style blade. I mean, I changed a little bit on the back, and you know what I mean, and the blade's really close. Let me go get a side buster again. I mean, I didn't want it as big as a side buster senior. See? But it's not too far off in blade length. And I'm not so rounded on the top here like the side buster is. And a little shorter curve here. So I changed a few things, you know, so it don't look 100% like a side buster. But the blades are almost similar. Then here's the Junior. I wanted something similar to this. This is my favorite, one of my favorite cases to carry. So overall length, they're about the same, but my blade's a little bit thicker, or a little bit wider, I'm sorry. And if you can look at it, mine almost comes to a point, and it's not as rounded. Just got to change a few things to make it not look the same, or try to infringe on their patents, right? So, you know, you could probably put a, no, too thin. That's a pretty cool knife though, ain't it? That's my case, Ocean Blue, side buster in bone. Yeah, my pocket drops. I'll have these Cerakote finished to match them, and I think this will be a perfect giveaway. What do you think? And I might give away like a Civivi or a Sun Cut. I like the Civivi you're giving away, Arizona. That's pretty cool. I'll take that for my collection. Hint, hint. No, just kidding, man. Oh, nice, Victor. Subscribe. Cool, thanks. I appreciate it, buddy. The Bugsby, yeah, I like that too. CRKT does a lot of awesome things. I mean, between them and Civivi, I mean, come on, man. They hit just about the whole ballpark for people when it comes to having a lot of affordable knives, you know. I don't know why I got this one out. This is the original SRT M16 right here from CRKT. It was 1992, I think I bought this. No, I don't think it came out until, yeah, I think I bought this in 92. This is the first one ever made. They make them new now in a different way. But this is the original M16. just had it in my hand. I don't know. I grabbed it, but it looks the same as the new ones now, right? My pocket drops, if I was to make them and sell them, depends on the finish. I mean, if I do a Cerakote finish, they're like 30 bucks more. If I just do a stonewash acid dip or a polish finish, stonewash acid dip's a little cheaper than the polish, because the polish I gotta spend 2 hours hand sanding it, right? They start out at 70 bucks and can get up to 170 depending on detail. So I could sell one like this Cerakote finish probably for about 85 bucks. If I just have the black blade, or just an acid dip stonewash blade, and I can blue these handles with heat. You know what I mean? I keep the heat from getting to the blade, and then I can blue them, make them look blue. I can, you know, keep from wrecking the heat treatment. Get that bluish purple color on the handles. That's probably my cheapest one, $65 with a black sheath. Or you can try to win one out of a couple. Multi-clip on the side, goes right in the pocket, don't even know it's there. So I want to get about 3 or 4 dozen of these made up to sell at flea markets this year. I like to do probably a half a dozen flea markets a year, because I got other buddies that sell things that I'll go to the same flea market they do. I got other shit I do. I advertise my upholstery, custom chopper seats I do, custom leather work for choppers. I'm doing an alligator, actually a crocodile ostrich combination solo seat for a guy right now. How much do you sell? Okay, I like the Sierra KT Fossil. I want one. Yeah. You want one of these? Arizona? Okay, email me. I mean, if you make an order with me right now, I'll make you, you know, tell me what you want. Stonewashed, purpled, unfinished blade. You know, you want a purpled handle with a mirror finish blade, or Cerakote finish, the whole thing to match the sheath in any pattern. You can pick out the Kydex. Tell me what you like. You know what I mean? Different prices. And really, I think for a custom knife like this, I think it's well worth 125 bucks. But you know, you guys support me in my live stream. I'll sell you one for 75 bucks. Just tell me what you want. Victor wants the cat's off from Sierra KT. A fossil without serrations, not sure what size. Cool. So, put these back now. Get a bunch of pockets. Anyways, these things are honkers, and I'll compare them to a couple other big knives they got. What's better to compare them to than cold steel, right? Okay. Here's the Cold Steel 4 Max Scout. Not quite as big as them, but getting up there. Here's the SR1 Light Cold Steel. So if you put the cutting edges here, here's what you got. Almost as big as the SR1 Light. This one here, these are the effing glows. Effing glows. These are only like $47 knives, guys, with ceramic bearings. There you go. They're honkers, and here's the Recon one. I don't know why I got this one out, but this is a Chinese made in Remington. I like the handle on that one. It's all rubber. It feels real cool. But I had that one out. I don't know why. But so you can see these Effinghams are next to the Cold Steel are pretty honkish. You know what I mean? And if you feel them, this one's way heavier. I mean, this is probably 2 or 3 ounces heavier than this. And then the steel, about the same thickness. SR1 Light's thicker. This one's almost as thick as SR1 Light. You look at this one here, at its thickest point right here. Actually, right there on the top of the block. Not quite as thick. That's 3/8. So, yeah, these things, these two are honkers, man. I mean, this heavier than that. These are about the same in weight. But yeah, these ceramic bearings in these things, man, it just flies out. How much is a sheath from you? Well, what sheath do you want made? I can make any sheath that you ever need. Molded sheath, Puko sheath. If it's made from leather, brother, I make it. I even fix horse saddles and do all kinds of custom tack work for farmers around here. Charged by the hour, I think. I'll epoxy a pizza box. Why? I don't get that. Yeah, Dwayne, thanks for stopping in. Gotta love Cold Steel. I put the ironwood on this one. That's custom modded by me, and then I put the carbon fiber on this Recon one. I'm trying to do it upside down. Can't do it. Anyways. Yeah. Carbon fiber cotton scale, or carbon fiber copper, and then I made the leather lanyard with the copper coils in it to match. Yep. Now I gotta get a couple more of them, of these Cold Steels. I love them. This one will probably get modded soon too. I'll take these scales off and probably make new ones. SR1 Light. They're honkers. That's for sure. Hey, you got a Recon? Needs cleaned up? Thanks. Yep. I custom model out of my knives. You want to see my Buck 110 mods? I've done 2 Buck 110s with pinecone scales thus far. Both of them are near each other. One in California, the other's in Las Vegas. Put these back. CRKT Orca. I love this little guy, man. My stepfather gave it to me. He didn't like it. I'll take it. And I made this nice square knot box lanyard for it. It really gives you a little more grip, something to grab onto when you got it. But this little fucker's a hell of a pocket cutter, right? The Orca is supposed to shape the killer whale, right? And then I got this self-defense SOG, this horizontal carry cross draw. This is my bleeder. I come underneath your inner thigh, I cut that vein, you're gonna bleed to death really quick. SOG knives are pretty cool. They got some really good ones out there. This is a buck self-assist. I gotta take the lock off in the front. Loves this little guy. This is 288 buck locked back, kind of like what they call a center lock back. Hollow grind, and it's made in USA. See what year this is. Ay ay ay. It is a 2018. Yep. The thing flies out though, boy. And I tell you what, you got to use this lock when it's in your pants, because I've had it come open several times, and it does stop it. Can't get it open. This thing flies out faster than the Kershaw leak. Oop, catching my lanyard here. Here's Kershaw leak. Let me see the buck. Let's see who wins here. If I can do this left-handed, right? And get him positioned just right. Yeah, this one wins. Ken Onion don't have shit on a knife like no, but this is what I say, 89. Let me see here. 2018 versus this knife came out 1998, designed, was all over the market in the shelves by end of 2001. 2002, this was in 2003, 2 years straight, was the #1 sold knife in the world. The only other knife that outperformed the sales of this knife was the Buck 110 to this day. No other knife sold as many bucks as the Buck 110 did, other than this knife right here. And it won Ken Onion 2 years straight Designer of the Year award in 2002 and 3, I believe it was. And nobody's won more designs than Ken Onion in the history of knife making. Make me a Justin a mod so we can erase stupid messages. Well, you're gonna get them all the time. Messages on what? Your on your page? I get them all the time. Falcon Dean, Ken Onion. Hawaiian American native Ken Onion. He's the designer of the leak and many of the higher and expensive we and CRKT knives. No, not we. I think it's CRKT. He designs for a few different companies, but Kershaw, I mean. CRKT and Kershaw. Usually his knives are going up there in price now. What's your opinion on the new fixed blades from CRKT? I think they look very bad and plain for $250, especially since work tufts cost the same. Well, I will tell you that CRKT does have a reputable heat treatment system, just like Buck and Benchmade. When they say a steel is 59, or if they say the steel is 62 HRC, it's going to be that. Whereas Work Tough, they're not reputable yet enough to be spot on their heat treatments at their Rockwell hardness that they're claiming they have. Not that they need to be, or any knife company needs to be, you know, because personally, I don't give a shit if a knife is 62 or 59 Rockwell. I'll take a 57, 58 over the harder knives any day, you know. And when I heat treat my steel, my favorite steel is 1095. I'm going to tell you that right now. And that's why K-Bar and all these big knife companies use 1095 high carbon steels, because it's tough. You can beat the shit out of it and sharpen it quickly to a razor's edge fast. And you don't, you know, if you got a Rockwell hardness on it, you know, first of all, you're not going to get it over, say, 59 to 60 Rockwell hardness 1095, and you don't want it there, you know. I would say stick with the high carbon steels from Work Tough over anything from CRKT. You know, I mean, getting these knives with all these super steels, it's not needed. You know, I don't think I have any fixed blades right now with a super steel. I don't own any of them. I don't believe in it for a fixed blade. I don't need fucking MagnaCut for a survival knife. I don't need MagnaCut for the ocean. You know, 440C is fine for the ocean. It's just all these marketing pitches people are fucking digging into. You know, the marketing thing for knives didn't really take off till 2000. All these pitches and bullshit with these high power steels that came along with them after the mid 80s. But, you know, people didn't even really collect knives like we do today until the early 80s. And what made that kick off was the #1 manufacturing selling of small knives in the world at the time, up until after the war, Second World War, was Remington Knife Company. Remington Knife Company spurred it off all these collectors. See, you didn't pay high dollars for Case or German knives up until after World War II, and then up until 1980. Once Remington brought back all these knives and they offered the free knife with the shotgun that you buy from the two different models they sold, you know, they kicked off a craze for collecting pocket knives more than ever, Remington Knife Company. And it also translated into collecting other things. People love collecting Coleman lanterns and outdoor collectibles. I mean, the collectible phrase kicked off because of Remington. Nobody really collected more than a dozen or two knives, you know, and this was before technology, because the computers really didn't come around till the Apple Commodore 64 that I had personally in 1980, 81, and then you couldn't do nothing but digitally format on it. There was no fucking technology in it yet. I played ping pong, you know, on it, and Basic Asteroid on a fucking Commodore 64 before Apple was even around, and, you know, Microsoft and all these other bullshit companies. Or Apple, the Commodore 64, that was my first computer. And because of technology, because of Remington Knife Company, and because of the need for wanting to adventure out more into the outdoors because of Remington Knife Company, everybody went into this collecting craze, and it's causing the value of knives to go up way much faster and more than what they're really worth. It's all based now on a trade market. I mean, what the average cost of some Joe wants for a fucking 1989 537 bullet knife, say $280, well, that's what everybody else is going to get for the bullet knife, if it's in that condition, in certain conditions. You know, before then, in the 80s, I could buy that same fucking bullet knife, you know, before the craze of collecting took off, for $10. Now I gotta pay 150 times more for that same fucking knife. Because of technology, the internet, and this craze of wanting to push for what we push for here as YouTubers, it makes all this popularity go around, and it exposes these knife companies drastically. Peter Fulken guy cut a nail with a Benchmade with super steel. Cut a nail with Benchmade with a super steel. Left in uncalled, unscathed. But 07 prices went nuts. Oh yeah, I mean, when the super steels came out, it's just something new to everybody. You know, in 07, they all wanted it. And theoretically, you don't need all these super steels. Like I said, D2 is fine for me. And 1095, I could buy the rest of my knives the rest of my life with 1095 and D2. And theoretically, if I'm going to buy any knives, there ain't any knife I showed you yet made higher quality than this knife right here. This is a Boker handmade German. Bulldog brand knives. Jim Parker, he used to own Case. They're made in Germany. Handmade, 250 steps of forging the blades. Everything on these knives are made by hand. There's no fucking, you know, like this. Everything's fucking cut out and put together. Cut it, throw it. Yet this is more expensive than this. That makes sense. Because, and it makes sense to me, the fact that this is a marketing ploy. You don't need a fucking Kershaw leak. These ain't really the greatest knives. You know what the greatest knife, one of the greatest knives, or I should say a knife that's greater than that? This motherfucker right here. Okay? Now you put a new Case up to a still made handmade German knife, and they still make them handmade in Germany. It's superior to a Case knife. You know, the best Case knives ever made were under Jim Parker. You know, the Case classics that he had made the few years he owned the company before Zippo bought him. You know, they were the best knives Case ever put out, and any serious collector will tell you that. You know, Jim Parker had Queen Cutlery out of New York, have them made, but they subbed BGC, Bluegrass Cutlery, Kentucky Bluegrass Cutlery, company out of Kentucky. They actually made the classics for Queen, who sold them, you know, who had them manufactured through them, through Queen. And still to this day, them knives are far superior than any of the new knives Case even puts out today. Why are More Maker knives so good? More Maker? Well, More Maker's by fucking that other American company, Bear & Son. Everybody's talking about More Makers. I'm not going to say they're not any. I don't own any. I haven't bought any yet. I never really did any research on anything about them. You guys could tell me more right now, so I'd be lying if I told you anything stupid. But, you know, Bear & Son, any of their folding knives, More Makers folding knives, or even their fixed blades, don't compare to the Saladin brand knives out of Germany, handmade. They do not compare. They're hand-forged masterpieces, okay? And I'm going to start centering most of my collecting from now on. I'll get these modern knives, you know, as I get more subscribers and more companies are going to pay me to show their damn knives. Say I get up to 10,000 subscribers, I can get these knives for free and then show them. That's the only way I'm going to start getting from now on. I might get 1 or 2 or maybe 5 modern knives just to have it a year, versus I used to get 20 of these a year, you know. Now I get 20, 30 of these a year. But now actually I think I bought over 100 of these. folding knives in the last year. I'm centering my attention on the finally handmade German knives. I like Parker. I like the Parker German handmade bulldogs, and I like the Boker handmade German knives, and the Saladin knives fixed blades. You know, but there's an exception. I want to get the, you know, the marbles. You know, uh, post World War II marbles, pre World War II marbles. You know, I mean, marbles really set the trend when it came. Skagel started it all. Every major collector around the world will tell you that Skagel started. He is the father of the highest prized collectible knives in the world. Skagel was the teacher of Randall. Randall learned from Skagel, and this is, you know, Skagel started making knives in 1885, 89, and then Randall learned off of him. And then Marbles took off of them. And Marbles was the one that come out with the fuller, you know, the blood groove they call it, but it's not really a blood groove. It's a groove designed, if you look at the field knives from the Marbles, it's a groove designed to hold, so when you sharpen it quickly, laying the knife on its edge, you're at the right angle. That's what the fuller was designed for. It wasn't designed to let blood through. People just nicknamed it the blood groove because it kind of looked cool, like it was going to do a job like that, so we'll call it a blood groove. How much were case knives before? Has the quality improved? Well, up until about the 80s, the quality was tremendous. You know, you didn't see fucking gaps. Look at this knife. This is 1975. There's not one gap. And these blades, if you look at them closely, 75 are still dead center. I don't know if you can see this shit, but you know what I mean? This is a 75 German made knife. Let me see. Listen to that snap. 1975. And it's not all about the snap, really, guys. It's just the quality of the material and the quality of the knife. You know, and just to think, there's 200 steps to hand forge that blade right there, where there's one step to forge this blade. I mean, I should say, probably 10 steps to forge this blade. Well, no, there's no steps to forge it because it's not forged. It's cut out of a blank CNC machine, right? Then it's heat treated, and then it's DLC coated. 3 steps. 200 steps just on that blade. You got 3 blades on it? About the early 80s, by mid 80s, case knives started becoming garbage, to tell you the truth. And I think they're picking up to that now, you know. Their quality control has been lacking for the last 2-3 decades, and even longer. Actually, the last 4 decades, if you want to be serious. And they're starting to listen to people like me and you. Well, yeah, I mean, this one has the premium stock knife 6066 on it, and I had to redip it in acid to bring that finish back all the way around it because it was gone. I mean, I had to, you know, get some rust off of it and clean it up, but I mean, look at that fucking bone, man. Multicolor in the 70s, tight fucking joints, everything. You don't see no fucking bolster pins in it. You know what I mean? Look at it. You see a bolster pin? And look at this. There is no gaps. I show you that. Let me see if I can get a brand new case out for you. Neck knives? Yeah, basically. I mean, well, it just depends on how many they're manufacturing because, you know, CRKT is made over 1 million minimalists. And they probably put out 30,000 minimalists, 40,000. There's probably 3,000 minimalists a day leaving the shop. You know what I mean? So a lot of that CNC cut out of one blank where it's almost like a sheet, and they'll cut all the blades out. Probably be 30, 40 blades on one sheet. Barlow Brigade, Randall, any Randall. No, you know what? I haven't really bought any Randall yet. I have, you know, they're high dollar knives, and I'm gonna get one or two here and there. I haven't been serious enough about it yet, but and I'm also gonna get a Skaggle. That's who Randall learned from, Skaggle. Skaggle is what they say all the collectors in the world. The grandfather of them all of knives is Skaggle. And you can watch my video on my playlist on the history of him and the history of Randall. That was his mentor. Skaggle was his mentor. He learned under Skaggle. See, Skaggle never made a knife that had any straight lines on it like this. He was more like Ken Onion's thought process. Every thing on a knife has to have curves because nothing in the nature has straight lines. That's his thought process. And you'll see a lot of that on the Randall knives because the Randall learned from Skaggle. So I want to have at least one or two Skaggles in my collection, and I'll probably pay $3 to $5 grand a piece for the Skaggles. And I want to have at least one or two Randalls that I'll pay over $1 grand a piece, but they will be an investment, and they will stay in my gun knife safe, not out with the rest of my knife. But now here you go, folks. I'm going to show you. These are my two newest knives. I got the one-man razor. Okay, these are both 24s. No, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 24. 6 dots on it. This is 2024. I picked this one up in North Carolina. It's that maple with the funky computer pattern on it or whatever, curly maple. I thought it was cool. Now, if you look hard enough, this is new and this one's new. Look up towards the top of the bolsters. You know, it's going to be hard to see this, but there's gaps on both sides of that top. In fact, if I could get a gauge thin enough, I could show you. But you can see it, okay? Now, on this one here, this one-hand razor, same thing. The top, the brass liner here, where it meets the spring, the rocker bar, gap. Up here in the front, gap. Now, you take this knife here, right? This fine bone stag here, and I believe this is a 70 before the 80s, like I told you. No. Wait, that ain't the one I wanted to get out. Oh, this is my Boker. No gaps, folks. Handmade, hand quality. This one here, I believe this is a 1940. No, it can't be. I gotta look at the stamp, but I think it's 72. It's before the 80s. Now, it's got natural patina all the way down it and over it, but there ain't no gaps in that knife. That's when their quality was superb. I don't know about superb, because nothing's superb to this when it comes to quality. You're not going to beat a handmade German knife with an American-made manufactured knife. You know what I mean? Like I said, machines cut this out. Hands cut that out. 200 steps to make one blade. 3 steps to make this blade, including cutting it, beveling it, sharpening it. It's done. Well, heat process, heat treating too. 4 steps. 4 steps, 200 steps. You know, I'm telling you, German knives, I don't care what knife you got, American knife you got, they're not better. Like I said, the classics were the best knives case ever made because of Parker and his German team. I got from yes, Victor, I got from Mr. Yeah, let me see here. I gotta catch up here. Those neck knives made from the leftover blanks. What's the fixed blade you would like to have right now? Fixed blades? I needed to get some of the military ones that I had, and you know, I need another USN Mark II. I carried one in the Navy. I lost it. I need another one. I want to get some of the collectible militaries. You know, I'll probably get a couple more Cold Steels and a couple more SOGs. Other than that, I like the stag handle fixed blades. I like making them more than anything. But, you know, Saladin German stag handle knives, fixed blade knives. I love them more than any style of fixed blade knife. And my Bokers and my Bulldogs, I like more than anything. Let me look at the stamp date on it. Hold on. It was a givey, lucky, yes, Victor, I got from Mr. Scab. Say, Randall started in the 1800s, but isn't he a modern knife designer? No, Randall started himself. The founder, Randall, started in it wasn't 1800s. It was about 1920s when he started. And his mentor was Skagel from the late 1800s. Skagel started in the late 1800s. He's the one that innovated the market, and Marble started around the same time after Skagel with the same concepts of knife building. And personally, Skagel, Randall, and Skagel first, Marble second, Randall third. But Randall learned from Skagel. He was his mentor. Like I said, go on my playlist, you can watch the history of them. You know, they're not modern inventors. You know, Randall's been around for over 100 years now, making knives. Now, manufacturing them, different story. They probably didn't start manufacturing or hand making lots of them, you know, and actually have a team to make them until probably the 70s and 80s. Don't quote me on it, I can't remember. But you know, but no, the founder of Randall Knives, you know, he learned from Skagel in the early 1900s. Right now, flippers don't serve my purpose. I'm on the woodsman screwing around. Yeah, that's a cool one. Hey Gordon, can you check your email? Yeah, I can. Hold on. And then Barlow Brigade. You still here, Jim? I'm sorry. I'm talking a lot. The spear point knife. It's a spear point knife. Handle covers project. Hope G-Man will collab with me on it. Sure, I'll collab with you on it. What do you got going, Jim? Fix to send it to G-Man. Hey, you fix it. You send it to me and I'll fix it for you, buddy. You got it. I'm building a custom one for Kevin the Knife Doctor here as soon as I get it in the mail. I can't tell you for who and why, but he will preview it on his page when I'm done, and then he asked me not to film or air it until he does, because it's a surprise to somebody he's dear to. Yeah, you send me the knife, Jim, and I'll be glad to do it for you. Oh yeah, this is Kodiak Edge bladesmithing. I made over 1,000 knives in my lifetime. You know what I mean? I know a lot about knives. I've been learning, fixing, cleaning, collecting for over 4 decades. I've watched all these new innovative companies come in. I watched this super steel market come in. I know who's the players in the game and who ain't, and who's got the best heat treating, and who to believe and who not to believe. I know a lot about these companies. Most collectors, new coming collectors, don't even know about. And that's why I'm setting my playlist up for you guys. Let me let you see me a little more. That's why I'm setting my playlist up for you guys, so that you can go to my playlist and learn more about the history behind knives, and that's how I'm setting it up. I want my page, my YouTube channel, to be one of the most informative channels out there for you guys to learn just about everything about knives. And that's what I'm working hard to do. And I'd like my subscribers to really work hard and help me get more and more subscribers. I get up to 1,000, I'm going to have a lot of giveaways. And I'm going to continue to have giveaways maybe once a month. Hard to tell here. When you get it, you will know. Victor, so why you know the history? Okay. Victor, so do you make your own blades? Yes, sir, I do. I make any and every blade you want. I don't do stainless steel. I don't really care to get set up to do it. I'm a big believer in high carbon steels. I mean, majority of the knives I make are either hand pounded or cut out of steel. 1084, 1095, A2, A1, tool steels. I don't really. I'm not set up for stainless steel yet, and I never really cared to be. I mean, I could have been set up 10 years ago or better, but I'm making up doing what I'm doing. I do what I love to do. I love to make high carbon steel blades of the best quality, you know what I mean? I'd rather make you a K-bar style fighting knife or a survival knife, like this one I made here. I gotta find where I put the darn thing. Hold on, be right back. I go out in the woods, I got an SC, I got a bench, not a Benchmade, but a few other, cold steels and all kinds of different fixed blades. But this is what I'm going to carry in the woods. This is my custom bushcraft knife. 1095. It does everything I need it to do. I've got a horizontal carry sheath with the ferro rod in it for survival. I mean, I go out and about in the woods, I'm carrying my own knife. You can see through this, see the light right through them scales. You can see them pins coming through it. And then I carved the spine with the Celtic knot. See the pins coming through the knife? Brass bolsters, brass pins. This is what I carry. I won't carry any manufactured knife because I know where this is heat treated, and that's got a 3/8 blade on it, and I can beat the shit out of it, and I'll cut through a nail with it just like a buck 119. Then I got my custom knife I designed here. This sheath has what the blade looks like on it. This uses a conjunction as being a bottle opener or whatever you want, or you can even choke up right here without even touching the handle to cape out or skin small game. But this is my small game caping, drinking, combination, carry wherever knife. It's got ironwood handles in the back and burlap micarta in the front. with G10 spacers. This is also 1095. 1095 is easy to sharpen. Okay. Now that can you answer, how about a series of different knife companies that are popular today, like Wartoff and so forth? Fixed blades or folders? See, because I'm not into collecting like some of these pages, you know, knees knives and V's blades, and who's a couple more. A couple of the companies that's all they show is these high dollar knives. You know, a knife is a tool. It's a practical thing, and it's to be used. I don't have any knives that ain't good enough to use, and I'll use any one of them at any time. But collecting is two different ways. Collecting for using them and saying, yeah, I got this and I got that. Or collecting them saying, oh yeah, I'm not going to touch this and I'm not going to touch that because I paid this much for that. Fuck that, man. I got $200-$300 knives here that I use every day. And I don't have as many $200-$300 knives as I do the least expensive ones because I like to use them. Okay, I got to look at my email here, huh? I'm sorry about that. Let me see here. Lanyard vids. I'm back. Welcome back. Damn, it looks good. Whoa. The water quench or oil quench. I use Parks 50. I quench in Parks 50. Best shit to use for any high carbon steel. I gave up olive oil 3 years ago. You don't quench high carbon steels in water because it cools too rapidly. You want to quench the steel at a slower rate, but not slow enough to the cerrites and the pyrites come together slowly and bond more physically. If you quench it too fast, they bounce off each other, and you just got a worthless blade. I mean, water quenching is more for like a tool steel, A2, D2, A1, and up. You know, mostly for some of the stainlesses and some of the other knives, much lower carbons that they'll mix with, and it's just total technique, Asian techniques for centuries. But as a beginner, you can quench just in olive oil, that's fine. You could do it your whole knife career if you want. But Sparks 50 is made for it. It's designed for it, and it'll bring the pyrites and cerrites together, bind them. And when people heat treat knives, they don't do the heat treating process right. I mean, when you heat this up, you get that golden brown, or that golden color, or that, pardon me, that yellowish, orangish color in between. Like Buck said with the 119s. I could smell when the metal's the right temperature, you know. But when you get that right color, that right temperature at 1440 degrees to 1448, 50 degrees, you're going to pull it out. You're going to let it cool off till it's down to the black state. That glowing is away. You don't see any glowing. And you'll heat it 3 times like that. Let it cool off. You're stabilizing the metal. You're bringing it together perfectly. And then on that 4th time that you heat it up, you're going to heat it just above that 450 range, about 458, close to 460. Almost that yellow glow instead of that orange glow. Almost, not at it. And then at 4th time, you pull it out quickly and you dip in that Parks Parks 50, you're going to have a 59 to 60 Rockwell hardness if it's done right. And I'll get it, but the trick is with the high carbon steels, being as tough as they are, annealing the steel and heat quenching it is a science to where if you don't get it down, you're going to have random results in all the knives you make. Awesome. Victor, prove it. Damn it, boy. Nah, VM. What are we proving here? Okay, I gotta look at an email here. I take it. I keep forgetting. Oh, Barlow. You know, I am. This is actually. I finished Deep South Cup before I started this one a couple hours ago, and this is actually Diet Dr. Pepper. I've been milking this for 3 hours, but I'm eating my snacks in between. Let me look at that email. I'm sorry, buddy. Knife Monkey, still here? Yeah, you're still here. I'm back. Yep. Emails. Let me see. Was it an email, Knife Monkey? Read it, Justin. Here we go, Justin. I got it. Okay. So, would you leave me, Knife Monkey? Yep, I'm here. Oh, your address? Okay. I got that. I think you gave that to me the last time. What else did you send? Was it in an email or on what's yours? Yeah, I think you sent me your address twice. I'm gonna get you off tomorrow, buddy. Oh, I want to kiss it. I'm gonna miss it. This one served me well for a year and a half. It's gonna be yours. But I'm looking on to getting another one, and then I'm gonna get probably some material to make some really badass scales for it. You just sent it? Just me? Let me see if it came through yet. I'm gonna reboot. Yeah, you guys believe I got fucking blocked by the knife doctor on his fucking auction. He had no idea it was even me. That was fucking hilarious. I emailed him today too. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can. Now, do I do that while I'm streaming in OBS or? I think I remember how to do it. In an email, right? You sent it in an email to my email address? Oh, I got you. Click my name, scroll up. Right here. I got you. That's how you do it. Now I remember. You're in, bro. You're the first collaborated moderator that I have ever. Who's still here? Well, I am. I don't think Barlow Brigade is. I think he got tired on us. Are you still here, Jim? Oh, he's working on his next video. I think he does one every day too. Well, if I could make my own ID being doing that also, you're rocking that mug of bolster blend coffee. Yep, Knife Monkey will stop the trolls. Cool. Yeah, can you believe Kevin, the knife doctor, fucking blocked me on his whatnot auction? Because he didn't know who I was. I mean, but I've emailed him. I'm doing a custom job for him. You know, I'm making him a custom dagger. And he didn't know my online name. But it's still the same, Gordon. And some bozo in there was calling me a troll, and I was just asking, hey, I've never done this before. I didn't know you had to pre-register an account to bid and buy shit. It's not like Deep South Cutlery, where you bid on whatever, they send you a bill, you pay for it right away, and they send it out right away. That's cool. Night Monkey, thanks, man. So anyways, yeah, this is one of my customs right here. It's a nice little chunky, small knife, and you can really choke up on it with that. Do whatever you gotta do. Crack open a bud, whatever. I made the sheath match it here. The blade design is on the leather. Okay, and then here's one of my. It kind of reminds me. I kind of wanted something similar to Spyderco, but I didn't want to steal their shit, so I made this one. This is my Kodiak Edge. What did I call this? Sow Buster? No, Kodiak Edge Grizzly Claw. This is my sheath for it. I hand carved that grizzly claw in there and stamped the name in and hand sewed it. It's got my, no, it doesn't have my logo on the back, but I usually stamp my back with leather in the back. But then here's the blade. Of course, it's $10.95. It's got the my logo on it there, the Bear Claw Kodiak Edge. I gotta put some more oil on it, but it's stone washed finish with the chamfered burlap micarta, not burlap, but denim, black denim micarta with my bear pin in the back, and you can see through it if you see the color of my thing through the pin. But it's got a grizzly bear on it, and you can see around it. See that? You can see the color of my shirt behind it, and brass pins, chamfering, you know, And then I put a rock finish on the whole spine all the way up the knife, and it's called a rock finish, random pattern. That's my other design. I got some gimping hair for your hand, your thumb. And you could choke up on this too, you know what I mean? Great skinning knife, both of these little guys. But this one ain't really that little. I mean, I'll put it up to the Parafour here for you. It's kind of got the same idea going on. The Para 2, I mean, it's blade length. See, I got the flat cut just like the Para 2. Put the blades up together, mine's longer. But you put the handles together, the Para 2's longer. Blade, mine's a little bit longer, and it's taller. So this is one of my other designs. The hell was that? You got mice fucking around with me back here? About the country, you got mice everywhere. I put some hedge apples in here though, man. I haven't seen one since I did it, so they're doing their job. Yep, and it's 2 of my customs. Actually 3. My bushgrass. Now, if you want one of these with the hybrid custom sheath with the ferro rod, I mean that's leather wrapped Kydex. You can see the inside of that, it's Kydex. And it's horizontal carry, or I can make it vertical. It's up to you. But this one right here is $285. It was $275 last year, and the prices went up because of Trump's inflation. Biden's fiscal year ain't over with yet. We haven't seen the best of his inflation yet, but we will. Now, that one fellow asked earlier about fighting knives. If I'm to fight with a knife, I'd rather fight with one I make. But when I was in the military back in the late 80s, early 90s, I didn't make knives then. Now that I do, I would definitely have made and carried this knife that I make, that I designed it for fighting, self-defense. This is what I would carry if I was still working with SEAL Team 6 as their boat captain. I would carry this with me, and I would get them to carry it if I made knives back then that I did, like I do now. This is my ultimate fighting knife. I mean, I designed this every way that I wanted to do the job the quickest and the most deadliest. That simple. I've been there, I've done that with the SEAL Team 6 in the Marines Recon. I transported them in a lot of stabs missions and a lot of different missions, and I made these for a couple of Green Berets now that are in Wilmington that I grew up with, that are now airborne, and they love this knife. It's specifically designed to cut big gashes quick in your body. This forces the blade down, making the entry wound not this wide, but that wide. As it's going in, it's going down and down. This is forcing it down, down, down into the cavity. You know what I mean? And an exit of this blade is way quicker and smoother than the exit from that blade. And when you come down in a downward motion or across to slash, they're getting the full power of the blade all the way through from the rear choil to the tip. They're not with this. Because as they're coming through with this part of the blade's escaping. As you come to the front, you're only getting the tip. When this cuts, this will cut and continue to cut with the full power force. And then I designed this handle to be muzzled in that hand perfectly in this position, and flip it over to this position. You see how that hand muzzles in there. I mean, the handle looks kind of weird, but that's molded to my hand, and it's molded to the majority of hands that hold it. You got a thumb wrap up here, and you got a skull crusher. When you're fighting with it like this, this will crush or crack your skull in a heartbeat. And the entry and the physicality of this blade is just phenomenal. And that's why Janet's designed the Yojimbo to be the deadliest, one of the deadliest spike knives they got. And right now, Spyderco's deadliest knife is the Yojimbo. Oh, yes, sir. SC Monkey, yes, I will. What are we doing here? What are we talking about, guys? Yes, I will. What? I'll take care of you. SC Monkey, I'll take care of you. Knife Monkey will stop the trolls. Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, I will. Yep. That Spider CO is gonna be my baby. Yeah, who was that guy? Just some fucking random guy that come out of nowhere or what? Has there been a troll in here? I'm looking. I don't know. Make me one of those knives. You want one of these knives? I'd be glad to make you one. It's $10.95. This is $10.84. This one's $10.95. But I can make it out of $10.84 or $10.95. There's not really much difference between the two steels. Right now I think enough steel to make one of these right now. You know. This will put some. You get one of these knives. Take it to a carcass. Go into a butcher shop or something, or get a big cut of meat. Hang it and fucking stick it in, and then stick a knife with a curved blade in. See what does more damage. You're gonna be happy with this. And this thing's probably about 15 ounces. Not quite. I would probably say 12 and a half ounces. All right, I'll make you one. What do you want? What kind of handles? Micarta, wood, G10. I don't have no stag for it. I gotta buy more stag. No, just on bad comments. Yeah. Somebody made a couple bad comments, huh? That is it, 124 here. I think in a few minutes, maybe in half an hour, I'm going to hit the sack. I got to get up early and put a walk-in shower in my folks' place and finish the floor. Then I got to trim it all out and everything else, get that fucking done and get paid. Then I got 2 motorcycle seats yet to do. Micarta, what color? I want to get some more Deep South coffee right now at Big Jim, but won't go to sleep too quick. It's not decaffeinated. I usually make a decaf cup at night before bed. You want the sheath I designed for that knife, right? This has got a wraparound strap. I'm going to use a different. I use this as a prototype. This is just a wrap strap. You know what I mean? For wrapping hoses in your garage and hanging them. So this is the prototype first one that I've made. But I'm going to make more as people want them and order them. Yeah, and I'll get the regular 2.5 inch Velcro strap, and it won't be as much as this. It'll be like probably 3 wraps instead of 4. So you can strap it on any way you want around any type of harness or device you got. That's what it's made for. Like, you want the Kodiak sheath. They're water resistant. You know what I mean? Now this depends on what you want to do. How much you want to go all out. I mean, I can have these Cerakote finished all black. This is $10.95, and Even if I make it out of 1084, high carbon steel, they will rust unless you keep oil on them. You gotta maintain these knives if they're 1095, 1084, you know, any high carbon steel. That's why all the Camel's fighting knives, you know, the K-bars and all them, they're all made from 1084, 1095, and they're all coated, Cerakoted, so they don't rust on you. Alright, Cosmo. I won't get hurt, I promise you. I might kill somebody, but I won't get hurt. Thanks for stopping in. Make sheath like that, but however you want to make it to put on my belt. Well, what do you like? I mean, do you like horizontal carry or vertical carry? You know, and if you want kydex, do you want a fixed or you want the strap so you can strap it anywhere on your body? I carry it right here. Okay, I cross draw. So when that's strapped there, it's ready. You know what I mean? I don't have to, you know, a lot of the times I'll fight in what's called a cobra stance, pull it out, and this comes in front of my pressure points here in my hand. I protect that knife with this hand at all times. That's a cobra stance. I won't really go into a stance like this unless I'm going to slice a jugular or, you know, come inside of the main arteries inside the armpit, you know, and while I'm protecting it, I come in somebody's main veins in their legs. So that's why I always carry it like this, because the majority of the time I'm going to fight and protect in the cobra stance. But a lot of times quick drawn, if I have to, you know, there's a slash technique where you slash, and every time you slash, you're following up with your hand. See, it protects it in all ways. But a lot of times when I cross draw out like this, and I come across for a jugular vein, I'm coming back around if I miss, and I'm protecting it still. So I love mine right here, because if I need to switch it, you know, and this is a palm crusher. If I come across, if I come out and get them, and if I miss them, I can come with the skull crusher and get them in the side of the head, and then come down, slash here or under here. You know, so I like it here. Some guys like it here. They'll come out with this defense. A lot of guys like fighting like this. You know, if you want a leather sheath with a velcro loop on it, you know, whether it's kydex or whatever, which side you want it on. And if you just want this, you can have it wrapped in. You can put the knife on either side. But if you like vertical now, you're not going to get this. What exactly do you want? Strap is, if you can put it with strap, is fine. Yeah, with the Velcro strap. Yeah, that'll be great. Now I am gonna come up, I think, with a system that I'll offer with both in a connection for a tech lock system, so you can put it either way you want. You know what I mean? And I might offer them right out the gate with the big ulti-clip, not the smaller ones for the front pocket. The big ulti-clip. So if you wanted to put it on your side, on either side of your body, you can, vertically. I haven't decided yet. It's still in the prototype stage on this, but this is the final stage. I got it perfectly balanced, perfectly made the way I want it for fighting. I'm going to start continuing my fighting classes. Once I got out of the Navy, I discontinued. I used to go to the classes and train with them boys all the time while I was in the Navy. When I got out, I just like, I don't really need this training anymore. I don't need no use for it. But now I want to get back into it. And I'm a third degree black belt. I've been in martial arts for over 40, almost 45 years. I've got a mastery in 4 different weapons. The short sword, the bow staff, the nunchuckus, and the side swords. And now I've got master, well, I've always had since the Navy, master qualifications with combat fighting with knives. Even though I was a boatswain's mate. But I had to learn the skills of everything. Every gun that the SEAL Team 6 and the recons carried on our missions, I had to learn how to use all these short arm weapons. Because something happens to them, and I'm one of the only few left, I got to know how to use the shit. So I trained with them in Chesapeake Bay, you know. And I trained in, the recons were with them, with the SEAL teams. You know, we all are in the same paycheck. We all work for the same. We all got the same check. Well, not Ninja G, man. I just, you know, I grew up in a broken household. My dad used to beat my mom all the time, and by the time I was 12 years old, or actually 13, I got my first black belt. And when I was 13, my dad hit my mom the last time ever he would ever hit her again, because I knocked him out. And he never laid another hand on her. And one of the reasons behind it is because my mother knew that I had a liking for weapons and all this. You know, why don't I get them in martial arts? She got me in martial arts at the age of 10, and I've been doing it ever since. And now I want to continue to my masters, and I want to get involved in Aikido. I want to do more with swordsmanship. And I just always had a fascination with Aikido. And I'm 60 this year, so I can combine my other mastery skills and convert over easily into the Aikido. But I got you covered, SC. See what I come up with there. I'm going to do a few more knives. I got a few more. I probably got a good month and a half of shit I got to do yet before I can start anything new. I got 2 motorcycle seats going to customers. I got an RV now that just came in. That's a $7,000 job. And I'm finishing up my mom's bathroom. So I'm a busy person. I do 3 different things at once. I would like to teach kids, but you know, kids today ain't the same we were when we were kids, and I just don't have patience for them anymore. They say stupid shit, they do stupid shit, and I know they're just kids, but they're growing up now in a system that's far too feminist. You know, kids don't have their own identity. Kids are basically sissies anymore, and their parents won't let kids be kids anymore. So you know what? I do everything I do out at home. I really don't have patience for the public anymore, to tell you the truth. You know what I mean? The only thing I have patience for, and I call the shots on all this shit. I tell them, hey, this is the cost. I always bid them high. I'm your man. I do your deck. I'm out of here in 4 days. I'm out of here in 5 days. Your deck's done. This is what it's going to cost, and you're going to put me 50% down. I did a deck for $15,000. I had it done in 5 days. I said, I want $7 grand down. I'll do the deck. I'm out of here. 14,000, and the material was 6,100. You know, 5 days I walked away with almost 8 grand. But they got the best damn deck they could have got in 4 days. Gone. And I do that in the summertime. In the wintertime, it's mostly knives and motorcycle seats and other side poster jobs. So when it comes to doing things like teaching, you know, I'm past that stage. You know. I want to teach my nephew how to make knives, or you know, how to do leather work. I want to teach my nieces that are already involved in art I want to teach them how to paint and draw better or more, because I've been doing art since I was 4 years old. I mean, I'm a natural born artist. My brothers are natural born artists. We all have careers centered around it. But I was a union carpenter because I did what my dad did. My dad went in the Navy. I went in the Navy. I did everything my father did. He was a CB. He built the Marines barracks, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, Gitmo. In 61, 63, he built them barracks, the first U.S. Marine barracks in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, as a U.S. CB builder, a BU. And I didn't want to be a BU. I didn't want to be a carpenter. I just want to be a combat specialist. And in the Navy, it's hard to do. I went in and I took the initial breakdown training, or I couldn't pass the Class A swim test. Could not swim 300 yards, 3 different strokes, and I tried over a dozen times. And if I couldn't handle that, I definitely couldn't handle the initial breakdown training, where less than 3% of the whole group graduates to become a SEAL. So I figured the next best thing would be become a boatswain's mate and learn to drive the river boats and transport these guys, because then I had the opportunity to go train with them, and that's what I did, and that's why I did it. I still got my training in small arms and hand-to-hand combat. You know, because I was a black belt before I went in the Navy when I was 27. Everybody looked up to me. I mean, these kids coming in at 18, 19 years old, they could only do 25 push-ups, 30, some of them could do 50. I was whipping out 150, 175 push-ups without stopping. I was doing 300, 400 fucking sit-ups without stopping. They couldn't believe it. 27-year-old doing this shit, outdoing them. And even this day, I'm 60 years old, and my buddy's Green Beret son comes home, airborne ranger, and I arm wrestled him before he left into the Army, and I arm wrestled him when he just came home. I used to compete doing that too. And he couldn't believe it. I put him down like it was nothing. 60-year-old guy put me down like this. What's wrong? And this kid benches 275, 300 pounds. I stay in shape. But, I don't want to teach anything. I'll teach my nieces and nephews. You know, this knife, it can be between, for you, I'll give you a $50 discount on it because it's you. But this is a $275 knife. All day long, the way this one sits. You know, and any custom handmade knife, just look, it's going to be over 200, 250. So I'll make everything for you for about $210. You know, that's about the price of one of these. If you can afford one of these, you can afford one of these, right? And doing it for $210 instead of $275, $285, you know, you'll show it off on your channel, and you'll give me some credit on it and whatnot. Tell everybody what you think about it, how well you like it, because you're gonna love it, and that'll help me out too. So you're helping me out, I'll help you out. I'll do it for $200 for you. That's probably as low as I go, because there's a lot of time in these. And between this and making a sheath, you're probably looking about 10, 12 hours. Because I don't rush nothing, I get it done right. And it'll be a Rockwell hardness around 59 when you get it. And you'll cut through a nail with it if you have to, just like the 119. Most young boys don't have a man in their lives. Well, Jim, and I spent a lot of time researching and studying politics. And I don't talk politics with anybody on Facebook or even on social media because people don't get it. It's a two-party system that's corrupt. Our society is the way it is because of them and because of the conglomerate that owns them. You know, I mean, Republicans aren't better than Democrats, and Democrats ain't better than Republicans because they both work for the same process that created them and made them super wealthy. You know, I'm not going to talk politics, but I'm going to tell you this. John F. Kennedy got assassinated because he tried to stop the banks then. And that's why he was assassinated. And the banks to this day are still the problem. Even Henry Ford said in the 40s, if the American people knew how the monetary system was designed in America today, there'd be a war tomorrow. If you guys actually knew how the banking cartel, which is the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, that owns the Federal Reserve, and they own the finances of 239 countries out of 243 sovereign countries. They own the monetary system of each one of these biggest industrialized countries, including America. They are draining our wealth. They own the Washington. They own Wall Street. They decide who wins and loses on Wall Street. Meanwhile, they make us think, so we fight amongst each other, thinking that one party is going to straighten out the fucking problems they both create. And the biggest problem they're creating is spending money in Washington that they're not making. We're at like 37 to 38 trillion dollars in debt. We've never been over 980 billion in the history of our country till Ronald Reagan. He went into the first trillion. Bush has doubled him. The next Bush doubled his father. Then Obama came and doubled Bush. Okay? Clinton was the only one that straightened it out, but then Obama came and doubled Bush Jr., but he had to straighten out Bush Jr.'s fucking mess, spending $5 trillion doing it. He went up to 21 trillion, then he brought it down to 12 trillion. But anyways, the bottom line is, the banks own Washington. It's called a corporatocracy, not a democracy. We don't have a republic for which we stand any fucking more. These evil cocksuckers sit around an oval table figuring out how to screw you every day. Meanwhile, their kids go to Yale, Harvard, Princeton, and Cambridge to learn how to do this to your kids, while your kids go to public schools to learn how to do this. That's the way the system's designed. And now each country, and biggest industrialized country in the world, uses feminism as a tool to dumb down the societies. And now we're in the fourth phase of feminism. Look it up. It's actually created to make this facade what a woman should be. You don't need a man. You need a career. See, the women's solidarity movement and the rights for women to have equal rights of men was all created by the banks. The same banks that are fucking us now, that has been fucking us since the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. Okay? I'm giving you a history now, a real history here. The Federal Reserve has destroyed the purchasing power of the U.S. dollar by over 870% since 1913. Look at Jim. You could buy a car for $2,300 in 1970. I bought my first new car for $2,700. Okay? Today, you can't even fucking buy a new car, a good new car, what we had back then in quality, for under $27,000. So they destroyed the dollar by almost 400% by the time we hit Reagan. Well, they destroyed it in not them 7 decades, but the last 4 decades since Reagan, they've destroyed it 500% more. It's the banks. Henry Ford was right. If the American people knew how the monetary system was set up in America today, there would be a war tomorrow. Nobody listened to him. Nobody listened to George Carlin when he spilled the beans. They quit interviewing him because these news agencies, reporters, could not. He stumbled them with facts. He couldn't stop. They couldn't answer. So they quit interviewing him. His last American Dream performance, he spilled the beans on what's fucking wrong in this country. But we got children now with lost identities. They don't know, they can't play dodgeball in school anymore because little Johnny will get a fucking black eye from it. They don't have no hands-on skilling things in gym, and they don't have shop in most of these schools anymore. They don't have economics. I don't want you to know nothing about economics. They're creating all of our society to be the way it is today. In the last 2 decades, they've done a damn good job at telling women how she should be, what she should look like, how she should act. You don't need a man. Now we got the last 2 generations don't know how to be a man to a woman don't know how to be a man to a man. Because there is no Christian faith anymore. There ain't none of these fuckers going to college anymore. Excuse my French, but that's the way it is. I'm a Knight of Columbus. Okay? I do so much for the church and so much for the public, it ain't fun. I'm respected around here in these towns around me. Everybody loves me. I'm out selling the Tootsie Rolls at the red lights every time. I'm at the big events cooking food for free for some of these people that deserve it. There is one group of people that runs this country, and it's called the IMF, brother. International Monetary Fund. You know, I mean, honestly, I don't like any of them. I don't like Biden any less than I hate. I don't hate Biden any less or more than I do Donald Trump. I've never liked Donald Trump. Well before he became president, I knew he was a failure then, and I knew he'd be a failure now. Everybody says, oh, look what he's doing now. Well, you know what? Look what he was doing and saying in the beginning of his first 4 terms, and he spent more money in the first 4 fucking years, in 4 years, than any president in the history of our country. The most. Obama spent close to 14 trillion, but you know what? 8 years. 9.6 trillion Trump spent in 4 years. He lifted the debt ceiling twice. And this creates monetary inflation. Every time the presidents spend this money, it's hitting us the hardest. That's why eggs are $11 a dozen. That's why gas is $4 a gallon. That's why all our groceries and all our utilities are going through the roof. Because these companies don't lose nothing. And all these companies are owned by who? The fucking banks. See what I mean? They got it all covered. They own everything important, all the important land. They own you. And they're coming after you for more. Exactly, Jim. It's a fucking continuing criminal organization. So, when Trump goes on national television and tells you he's going to straighten out all these fucking problems Washington's and the Dems made. When's the last time a fucking Republican had a balanced budget? It was before Nixon. Clinton was the only one. They didn't even have one after Clinton or before Clinton. But don't go on national television and tell the American people that you're going to drain the swamp when you're not telling them what the swamp really is. Because if he does, they'll fucking take him out, just like they did Kennedy. He knows it. But I'll piss my 400,000 away for my salary for being president, because you know what? I got a Russian that owns the steel industry in the United States, which is 2 of the biggest in the United States, making the metal for me for my fucking wall. And guess what? $1.6 billion in government kickbacks he made for fucking having him take the contracts. Figure it out. And I always hated him before he ran for president because what he did to his brother. His brother wasn't ruthless like him or his father, Fred Trump. And Fred Trump even said, I never lost a dime of my life until I invested in my son's own ventures. $480,000 or $480 million he lost. Invested in Donald's first adventure that went kaput before the tower was built. And then what he did is his brother became a major alcoholic because his dad, Fred, shunned him because he wouldn't be like him. He had a heart of gold like his mom. His mom was the sweetest person in her life. So because of his alcoholism, because his dad not giving him a dime like he did Donald in the treatment he gave Donald, he ended up in the hospital dying. And he died in the hospital. Neither Trump nor Fred went to see him, ever. Give a fuck less. Let him die. And even the businessmen in New York would tell you, and even all his employees, they're the ruthless, meanest, Trump fan said, well, we need a successful person in Washington to run our country. We need a successful businessman. Tell me when the last time Donald Trump was fucking successful. He didn't pay no taxes from 87 to 97. That was 10 years, 1 decade, where he didn't pay no taxes. Why? Because the S&P 500 said he was the biggest financial failure in that decade than any man in the corporate world in the United States in over 50 years. He's the 3rd biggest loser in this country financially. And now the banks in the United States won't loan to him. He has to go to the Deutsche Bank in Germany to get his fucking money. And now they're after the $680 billion he's trying to stiff thumb on. The guy's a failure at everything he does. And when he tells you guys that he's going to fix all the problems in this country, it's a fucking lie. Because you know what? Tell me in 4 years, how better are you off? Okay, let's get back to nice, folks. Sorry about the ramble, but everything's being created. And the government's the biggest joke of all, while the rest of the world laughs at us. China spends, Russia combined spend $290 billion on their military defense. We spend 10 times more than them on ours. Who's attacking Russia and China? Nobody. $900 billion a year and $750 billion a year was implemented through Trump to go to the Pentagon. $950 billion a year goes to the Pentagon to pay 2,000 private contractors to make weapons of war that we never got when I was in. And the majority of us never did get what we wanted, what we needed when we were at war, in a Desert Storm. And what we did get, we just left there and gave it to the foreign countries next to us, so they can continue to make more and more. So our biggest expense in this country that's hitting us the hardest isn't the fucking immigration. Immigration only costs $30-40 billion. It's the $950 billion that's costing us the most going in the fucking Pentagon that you're paying for. Monetary inflation is worse than taxes on your labor. It hits you the hardest. Trump cost you $6,000 a year more to live just in 4 years. Obama cost you $7,000 to live more in 8 years. Biden only spent $7.3 trillion. He's $2 trillion under Trump in 4 years. His fiscal year ain't over until September of this year. Like Obama's fiscal year wasn't over until September 1st of 2016. But Trump claimed all this great economy as being his when it was still Trump's fiscal year. So people, they're just lost about politics. I can't talk politics, and here I am fucking rattling on about it. Our gas is $2.30 a gallon. Well, you know, it's the cheapest in the world. Go to the Middle East. Go to Europe. Go to Canada. You like paying $5-6 a gallon? We actually paid the least. And you know what? You know what's more expensive than gasoline? Bottled water. Nobody's bitching about that. So, we all got our shit fucking mixed up and confused in this country. What's reality and what's not. I spent my life knowing and studying reality. So I can't talk politics in public to anybody, and I quit doing it a year ago on my Facebook page. I think I just needed somewhere to unload, and I just did it tonight. I had a buddy of mine texted me today, and I haven't talked to him in over 2-3 months because he loves the Trump train. I'm like, dude, you just don't get it. Tell me how you are better off in 4 fucking years again after Trump, as I know you weren't his first 4 years. Hey, you can make your own gas. You can make your own, the greatest fuel of all, hydrogen. H2O is its byproduct. 2 elements to make it. You can make it right at home. You can run your house generator on it. You can run everything on it. You can run your vehicle on it. Make it all at home. You don't need to go to a pump to get it. You can make it at home. 2 elements. Electricity and water. That's how you make hydrogen. And it's the best, cleanest, purest, cleanest form of fuel in the world. But the oil industry fucking will not let it fucking happen. The Chinese market owns the electric fucking vehicles, lithium battery systems. They own it all. 90% of that is theirs. And you know what? That fucking China's gonna be a dump ground if people keep buying all these fucking electric cars. Because the waste from making them batteries is exponential. I mean, they're making fucking holes in the ground so deep, getting the shit for it. And the batteries only last a year or 2, and then fucking in the ground they go again. China's gonna become a fucking swamp here when it fills up with water soon. Not if you make liquor. No, I meant liquor. Yeah, well, you can burn liquor in your fucking vehicle too. It's not the fuel itself, it's the fumes off the fuel that burns. I put my cigarettes out in fucking can of gas, you know, when it's windy out. There's no fumes. Puts it right out. Same with fucking moonshine. We used to drink that shit till we pissed on a fire and it fucking flamed. Whoever had the biggest flame off their piss won at the end of the night. So just Barlow Jim and you now, SC, huh? Or I call you by your name. I keep forgetting names. So, yeah, I really like this one I got here, the Warren Cliff. That's pretty cool, though. It's a corn cob. What do they call that? Burnt, bright green. I can't. Let me check. Oh. Burnt bright green bone. Here's the ticket if you want to see, if you want to get one. That fucking camera of mine just doesn't do shit. Can you read it? Can you read it now? Bright burnt green bone, number 22853. Stainless steel. It's a 6154 W pattern. But again, it's the bright burnt green bone corn cob jig. I like the corn cob jig. That's pretty cool. But this is trapper, I think. Yeah. It's a trapper. Single blade trapper. I like it. I like that Warren clip, man. That's fucking sweet. It's really the first new case knife I've ever had. You know anything I hate about case? Why can't you make a fucking half stop? You know what I mean? Put half stops in them all. I guess all the German companies don't do it, but specific knives that were made for half stops. But you could put half stops on the fucking side buster at least. We don't like them fucking blades slamming on our fingers. Now look at this, the one-hand razor. Is it because they're one-handed? They put a half stop in it. But this is my first razor. I never bought a razor before, and I had to get one. But now I'm thinking I might get a few more, and you know how it goes. But I'm not going to spend a lot of money and time on case anymore. I love the Barlows. I'll get them in all different makes and models, and that's the kind of buyer I am. Justin, oh yeah, that's your name, Justin. Yep. And you live in Virginia, correct? And the other fellow, Arizona, lives in Arizona, right? No, wait. Aaron does it. Lives in Virginia. Yeah. I got this at Deep South Cutlery. I think I won it for like 73 bucks, something like that. But look at the patina on this old 70s Stockman, mini Stockman, huh? Look at the color of that patina. Or not the patina, but that bone. I like that bone, man. That looks sweet. It's got a little bit of light color on the end there. They're all different. But see, this was one, there was no gaps and flaws in the knives, before the Case Classic. Case Classics are hands down the best fucking case knives ever made. South Carolina, that's right. Yeah. Yep. I live in Wilmington, Illinois. You live by Wilmington, South Carolina, right? Ain't there a Wilmington, North Carolina too? I think it's down there by Newport where I go all the time. Can't remember. Yeah, I think Wilmington. I think they both states have a Wilmington. Well, there's fucking probably 35 Wilmingtons in the United States. That's where I grew up in. I live on Old Route 66. If you was to take Old Route 66 on vacation, you will be driving within a mile and a half from my house. And I grew up 1 block from Route 66 as a kid after we came here from Florida. In the late 60s. I spent most of my grade school years in Tarpon Springs, Florida. We lived in Holiday Springs in Tarpon Springs, just outside of Tarpon Springs. Holiday Springs was like kind of a semi-retired community. It was gated, and I had alligators in my backyard and everything else. I used to feed the alligators marshmallows. They loved them. We had one called Oscar. And actually, he's one of the biggest alligators in recorded history in Florida. Back then, when I was a kid. It was over 18 feet long, I ain't shitting you. And old Oscar be sunning on that fucking... It was fenced in. He'd be sunning on the banks on the other side of the fence at my backyard, waiting for me to give him marshmallows and whatnot. And he would slap his jaws on the water when he wanted marshmallows and seen us. And then when we ran out of marshmallows, we'd throw oranges at him to tell him we're out of marshmallows, and he'd go down or leave. But Oscar, it was a retirement community. We had a civic center to the left of our back fence property, and we had the water treatment plant for the whole community there in our backyard. My fence divided. It was like 20 yards from my back fence to the water where Oscar used to lounge around on. Because we'd all the neighbors would feed him marshmallows. And he loved fucking marshmallows. Yeah, case quality has gone to crap. Yep, their quality control is like fucking out there. Some knives are good, some knives are fucking bad. I think a majority of them are bad. In comparison to the companies that are out there, see, Jim Parker wasn't stupid. He targeted the German industry, you know what I mean? Because there was a lot of them making the best, finest quality knives in the world. And anybody that collects knives, and I'm going to start to collect a lot of German handmade knives, you know, Jim, handmade Barlows from Germany, best fucking knives you'll have in your collection. I mean, we all got to have the American tradition of having the case knife, and specific case knives I like to have in my collection. But I don't buy too many new ones. I look for the older ones on eBay, and you know, I want to get a couple more King Barlows. And, you know, I want to get some older Bokers and Bulldog knives. So I'm gonna kick off my Bulldog collection. I got one Bulldog. I want to get 50 to 100 of them by next year. I want to collect the shit out of them. I'm going to concentrate most of my time on the Bulldogs. Alright, Jim, you make sure you tell us bye before you leave on us, if you're still here. Because I'm about ready to go to bed. It's 2:04. Yeah. I promised my mom I'm going to be at her house at 9 o'clock tomorrow. I'll set my alarm. I'll be fine. I only slept 5 hours last night, and I went to bed at 5 in the morning last night. I'm a night owl. You know, I look at some guys on YouTube, and they got like 27 to 37,000 fucking subscribers. You know, and there's going to come a point when mine are just going to start jumping up and going to the roof. You know, because obviously, I'm not going to say no names, but there's a couple with 27,000 that we well know of. It's only been working on it, fixing and cleaning and collecting knives for only a few years. Because I can tell. I can tell how long somebody's been collecting knives. I can tell how long somebody's been in the blade or collectors or smithing industry. Just by what they do on their pages and what they say. And you know, it's kind of a jealous thing that these people in only 3 years accumulated all these fucking subscribers, but I'll get there. And I got far more years and talents than most of them do. But there's different categories of having a YouTube channel within the knifing community. There's guys that just do showing the knives and explaining them, and then there's guys like me that build them, show them, fix them, repair them, clean them. That does a lot to knives. And I know in the next year or two I'll jump up. But hopefully in 3 years I better have more than 27,000 like some of these fucking people do, because I don't know how they get there and only having 3 or 4 years of knife knowledge. It just baffles me. And then you see a lot of them that'll hover and stay around 1,000 to 2,000 and never really go higher than that. It's all on what you want, I guess. But I want to make some money at this. I want to get up to 10 grand a month before I'm done, and I'll be happy. But it's a lot of hard work, a lot of time put in, editing, doing lives, doing shorts. Just make them videos, get them out there, get them out there. The more you flood the internet with what you know, the faster it comes to you. And that's why guys like we know too well make videos every fucking day, because they're getting out there and out there and out there. That doesn't necessarily put them to the top of the algorithm, doesn't make them get more likes and views. It's up to the algorithm what people really want, and the ones that are picked in each category to be the best content are the ones that hit the algorithm the greatest and fastest and get the most subscribers. About to go to bed. Yeah, God bless you too, SC. I'm going to get that fucking knife in the mail, brother. I'm going to have you a confirmation number. If you can do the same for me, that'd be awesome. I'm kicking off my bullet collection, and I'm kicking off my bulldog collection. Y'all can help me get there. Yeah, you can do some good trades with Barlow Jim if he comes across a couple of nice ones. I'm gonna ask Deep South to get them out. I got some bullets there. Get them out. Put them on the block. Thanks for stopping in. Jim, I think Jim's done too. Let me look at my phone. How many fucking people are even in there? Probably just you. Hope I didn't piss him off, because boys in the South love the Republicans. And I don't love either. Fuck them all. Let me see here. Yeah. Where in the hell is my fucking page? I am live. Me. I am live. 3 people. I think Jim's still floating around here. You didn't say bye to me yet, Jim. I'm gonna go watch your video after this. I missed today's video. Actually, the last 2. I'm sorry. You got one out now too? I'll go watch it. I see. I'm gonna hit both your sites before I go to bed. Well, if you're still here, then I'll talk to you later, and thanks for stopping in. And leave some content what you'd like me to do for live videos, whether it be working on knives or showing what I got, or maybe something you want to learn, the knife sheath, leather work, anything. Let me know, and I'll get that accomplished. But I'm going to do lots of different things. Have lots of information for you all. Thanks for stopping in, man.